Yo, ladies and gentlemen, what is up? What is good? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the to the live show tonight. We've already got our first guest coming in, TJ Laser. Yo, what
That's
is
right.
up?
All is good. Still having to use my old microphone, but it is what it is.
Hey, you sound fine, man. I mean, you sound perfectly fine.
Oh, that's good.
And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and follow you on Twitter while I have Twitter up, so I don't forget again. Damn it! I copied and pasted it to a document earlier, and then I lost the document. So
Oh, shit.
yeah.
Chair is here. Welcome.
Yo, let's see. Shoulder hair. Wait a minute. Hold up. Who is this?
He used to go. He used to be. Well, he first came to our show as Red, and then he became Chair Dolph
Oh,
Sittler, and now he became Shoulder Hair Dolph Littler.
gotcha. Okay.
And look, we have Frog Tony in the chat.
Yeah, I sent the invite to Tony, but he's dealing with some stuff right now, so he's not going to be able to come in, unfortunately. But hopefully we can get Richard in here. Father Hostage. I sent one to Katie. Let's see. I did try to get a hold of Extra Hero.
God damn, it's a full house of rock stars right now.
Yeah, if everybody comes
show.
in. I don't know if everybody will be able to come in tonight, but anyways, yes, I did follow you on Twitter. So there we go. We good. Ooh, hello. Okay, yeah, Clipaverse just followed me on Twitter. Okay, Clipaverse, I'm following you back. There we go. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Yo, everybody, what is up? What is good? We are here. We are live. And as you can see, I've given a tentative title to my original work. I am right now referring to it as The Mystic of Malo. So there you go. That's a thing.
Did you check if it's trademarked?
Huh?
Did you check if it's trademarked?
I wouldn't think so. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and pull up Google. Let's see if it's actually.
We're doing it live.
The Mystic of Malo. I swear to God, if I click this and all right, so did you mean the music of Mali? No.
Nope.
Magical Mystic, Mystic Malo, but I think I can get away with it.
Yeah, I think you can get away with it. Let us know in the chat if he can get away with it.
Yes, because that'll hold up in court real well. Well, my YouTube chat.
We're already doing our due diligence.
Yes. Yo, man. Like, I am doing more work right now than Eric July ever did before he tried to claim the name of ISOM.
Fuck, can you imagine if it was already trademarked?
Oh my God.
Already named.
Look at, oh man, this is stupid. Look at this shit. I Google ISOM. First thing that pops up, International School of Ministry.
It's official. That will always be the first thing.
Come on, Eric. A fucking Google search. That's all it took. It's literally the first fucking thing, dude. It's the first fucking thing.
Do your due diligence. How it is, what it is. What it is.
Oh my goodness. I like what Shoulder Hair says. Already has more viewers here than the average Starcher stream. Oh shit.
The views are catching up.
Oh my goodness. Yo, I just wish I could get monetized, man. I wish I could get monetized. We're on the way though. We are on the way for sure.
We'll get there. We'll get you there.
Yeah. We are. This is literally gonna be my year.
You have enough big names helping you, so you'll get there.
Yeah, this is gonna be my year. But so what have you been up to, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just finished the Octogator drawing.
Mm.
Jesus Christ, I had to draw every single scale on the alligator. I didn't think it would be that hard.
Is
And
there
with
is
the
there an
mouse.
anime chick at the end of these tentacles on this octogator?
It's a frog. Yeah, we
That's
had that joke running. That's our version of the hentai cover.
I was about to say that might be worse.
That's the that's the Frogman hentai cover with the Octogator.
Oh man.
The reveal teared off. Well, it's up to Tony. It's all up to him. The drawing's with him now.
Yeah, I would say Tony's the one that would have to
Yeah, he's the one
approve
calling the
that.
shots.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me answer. Yeah, Extra Hero. Let's see. Yeah, Extra Hero is having some bad internet right now. Let me just let me go ahead and text
See,
him
Tony's
back.
already pissed. He's already firing us. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Would join you tonight, but it's my turn to have bad internet. Blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. No problem, man. Just jump in if you can.
See, this is what they do.
Yeah, I know, man. Like the bad internet curse is just spreading. My goodness. Yo, Tony says we're all fired. Yo, Tony, what the fuck, man? This is how you want to start the year off? No, come on now. Oh my goodness. Don't be an Eric. That's the subtitle of this. Do not be an Eric.
Don't be an Eric.
So I did get a chance to. I sent out my my rough draft to Father Hostage and Extra Hero. Got back some criticism. As you would expect, I did call them all a bunch of gay ass hoes. I said that that their criticism was a gay ops, and we're not on speaking terms anymore. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But no, they had some good criticisms, and I think kind of the big thing is I do need to age up some of the characters. It would probably help the story to run a little bit smoother. But yeah, so that's one of the things that we went over, and unlike Eric, I actually take criticism into consideration, and I don't get butthurt about it because. And also because, I'm not just going to go out and publish my first draft either.
That's right. That's how it should be.
I just do not understand how Eric thought he could get away with that. I mean, he got away with $3 million or whatever the hell it was. But, this idea that he was going to get away without that being criticized, that is literally one of the first things you learn in creative writing class is you don't ever your first draft is not supposed to be your final draft. I mean, what was it they did in creative writing class? It was like you did your first draft and then you had it like peer reviewed by the other students and stuff. You did a second draft after that criticism, and then you were supposed to do a final draft that you actually turned to the teacher. That's how it was, right? We went through like 3 drafts on an essay or something, or on a story, excuse me.
Yeah. There's
Right.
always an evaluation, and then you have to fix your work based on the same evaluation. It goes with everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's just basic writing 101. And the fact that, I don't know, Eric either did not take the class or he skipped the class, or let's be honest here, he probably considers the class to be gay. And I'm saying that GHEY because I want to get monetized and I want to make that perfectly clear. But he probably
any class, if anything.
yeah, he probably considers it all to be gay, anyway. So, um, I don't know. He's gonna do what he's gonna do, and as we can see, it's doo doo.
The saddest realization we've had in the last show on the Geek Getaway was Eric July might actually be, an autist. Him and his fans. So I've had this epiphany recently while at work, just like Father Hostage does all the time. There are two types of Eric July fans. Um, on the one corner, you have the red pill wannabe, who's also some kind of gangster wannabe, who's always broke and has bad spending habits.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, you have the complete autist, the basement dwellers.
Well, I was listening to, I don't know if you saw it, but Richard did a stream with Taser.
Yep.
Oh my, I listened to that at work today.
Taser Man fits into the first category.
Holy fucking shit. That was wild, dude. Listen, I was listening to that stuff, and some of the stuff that Taser was going on about was just nauseatingly illogical. I mean, it was dumb. Like he literally said at many points in that stream, I like Eric because it pisses you guys off. Talking about people like Tony, talking about Richard, you, me, Extra Hero, Father Hostage, all of us. And I'm just saying to myself, so wait a minute. You literally have no logical reason to defend Eric other than you just hate us. Wouldn't that make you the hater?
Props to him, though. At least he's honest.
I guess, but God, it was nauseating to hear that. I mean, there was no logic to it. There was no, there was just nothing there. I mean, honestly, I don't know how Richard was able to put up with it. He's got the patience of a saint, because I at some point I would have just ended the stream and said, this is the live stream version of a seizure. This is absolutely painful.
See what's going on in the chat. G Drum, hello. Zana, hello. Yes.
Shoulder Hair says Taserman has actual mental issues.
Yep.
Not even joking. He needs to get help. I, honest to God, believe it.
He displayed I said it in the chat back then during Rich's stream. He displayed paranoia. It's a symptom of paranoia where you think people who are on different sides, because they're attacking you, it's like as if they're one person.
Right.
It's like as if you right now, Jesker, are exactly like Vickyverse. In the eyes of Eric July, you're one person. You're like one amorphous blob against one guy.
Right. It's tribalism, but it's taken to its most extreme end.
And then even Taserman kept saying, "Oh, I have to look over my shoulder every time I go out." It's like, what? Why?
Dude, Taserman.
Online nerd wars make you do that? Shit.
Taserman, listen, I have no intention of harming you or anybody. All right, chill, dude. I just want to point out all the fucking mistakes that Eric's making, because
only Tony does.
it fucking annoys me. All right, this guy hit the jackpot of indie creation, and then he's going and squandering like it does, and that fucking annoys me to no end. And then I want to make this fucking book and get it out there so that people can, create a Reddit thread about me, a Reddit group about me, and, criticize my ass, So, like, that's the only things I want to do, bro. And I want to get monetized.
Yeah, see, Tony says, if I see him, SOS.
Damn, Tony.
Well, he owes him $50.
Yo. Taser's gonna be walking around town, and every time he just he's just gonna hear in the background, ribbit, and it's just gonna freak him the fuck out. Ribbit.
He'll have a heart attack the moment he sees a frog with the sombrero.
He's gonna be like, "Fuck, it's Tony." Ribbit. Shoulder Hair says, I was actually starting to like Vicky until she started taking shots at Tony and the rest of us. I haven't been keeping up with her. Like, what has she been saying exactly?
What has she been saying? She's been saying a lot of shit. I think the consensus is everybody saying Tony is a stooge for. Yeah, more shots at him, Tony. Yeah, Vicky.
I mean, what are we
Well,
supposed? What is Tony supposed to do, and what am I supposed to do, and what are all of us supposed to do? Are we just supposed to watch this whole disaster play out and not say anything about it?
right?
I mean, this is the same type of people who get mad at the weatherman because he says a hurricane is coming. He didn't create the fucking hurricane. He's just pointing out, hey, it's coming. Like, I didn't create this shit show. I'm just commenting on it because I care about fucking storytelling. I care about the creative scene. I care about indie comics and indie creations, you know, because I do want some kind of competition to the mainstream because I think competition is healthy overall. I think it gives us, the consumers, better quality products. But then when I see Eric, who had probably the most successful indie campaign of all time, or at least in recent times, whenever I see that and then I see how he's squandering it, I can't help but think, when this guy does finally crash and burn, and he will crash and burn at this rate, it is going to set back the indie scene, you know, at least a decade. And that's going to hurt the movement as a whole. And that pisses me off.
Yeah.
So, you know, what am I supposed to do? Just, you know, ignore it? Just blindly go along with it? Be like, oh, yeah, Eric's the greatest thing that's ever happened to any comics. Like, no, I'm not going to do that.
You know what's sad? I've literally seen people. I wouldn't believe this before, but now I really believe it. People, all the normies, all the manga readers, all the kids, all the Zoomers, whatever, they come to the comic scene and they see all the infighting between fans and the creators, and they say, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah. It's not attractive.
It stinks.
I mean, it's really not attractive.
If you told me this weeks ago, I'd be laughing at your face that this is happening. I wouldn't believe you. But right now, no. It's really happening. People see all the infighting and they're like, nah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's
any live stream about that talk about comic books, and I see everybody fighting. Like,
I mean, it's really fucking depressing.
Go to another Death stream and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Because
literally everybody's fighting.
Because when you think about it, if Eric actually would act like a fucking human being and work with, you know, Comicsgate and people like EVS and not burn all those bridges, work with people like us, and we all got together and we started collaborating and everything, like, we could actually build something really fucking powerful that might, you know, make Marvel and DC kind of look over their shoulders and be like, got to keep an eye on that one. But no, because Eric has to, you know, try and go it alone, and, you know, he thinks he's the Black Jesus, basically. You know, it just, he's fucking up the whole thing. He's fucking up the whole process. This infighting is fucking stupid, and it's going to bring down the whole movement. I mean, it really is.
We have Chris Bacon in the house. Welcome.
Yo, Chris Bacon.
You almost got thrown off the plane because of Rich's stream.
You motherfuckers almost got me arrested by a U.S. Air Marshal. Oh, shit.
He was literally on the plane watching Rich's stream.
Bacon, listen.
Laughing.
Bacon, it wasn't the stream. No, actually, you know what? Yeah, you use the stream as a cover story instead of the drugs you had on you. It's an easier story to explain, I guess. Yo, Chris Bacon, if you want to get in here, I got the invite pinned in the chat. If you want to jump in.
What do you mean by that, Zana? You wish it was more comics like Invincible? Do you mean you wish there were more comics like Invincible, or what?
I think Zana is saying, you know, more comics outside of the big two. You know, because Invincible, you know, Invincible really did start to, you know, kind of take over the you know, the shit. What's the word I'm looking for? The talk around town. You know, people were talking about it. It was kind of a big thing for a while.
The sad thing is, Invincible is old.
What's up, Katie?
What's up, guys? Sorry I'm a little late. I had to put my little one to bed.
Oh, no, you're good. Mom stuff comes first. I feel you.
That's right. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you. I I was listening to y'all's conversation right before I got in here. You know, I've been thinking lately. I was sitting there thinking, like, Eric, if you know, actually, if he, like, for instance, I watched Reenie's stream last night where Richard was on there, and oh gosh, I keep forgetting his other name.
Like
BT
Angus.
or no, it's he has to. Oh gosh, it'll come to me. But anyway, and I was sitting there thinking, like, Eric could have done really well for himself if he would have had people have a stream like that and have like people like y'all and others on there talking about comics and going over their work, just kind of like how Rainey and Comicsgate do it. Man, he would be doing so well right now. He would be so popular. People would really appreciate him, and because he's helping small creators. It's just, man, he's just missed a lot of blown opportunities, and I just don't understand.
Well, also, you talk about him helping small creators. I think he gave somebody $700 to complete their campaign for their own comic that they were crowdfunding.
You mean pity money?
Yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, dude, that's not the type of help people need. Get on Twitter or X or whatever the hell they're calling it these days. Get on your streams, promote these comics, and get actual human beings, actual customers to finish crowdfunding this thing. That's what people need. They actually need to be selling books. They don't need a donation. They don't need this type of charity. If you would go around and actually, sponsor people, or excuse me, sponsor is not the right word, promote people, it would be a lot more fucking helpful. And now also to add on to that story, if I'm not mistaken, the person he gave that money to actually refunded him the money and said, if you don't actually like my comic, I don't want your money.
No, you're right.
That's
And
right.
he got 10 times, he got even more back for doing that. He had a Once people noticed that he wasn't going to take his money, people were like, "Well, I'm going to fund this guy." That takes a lot of balls to do that.
Yeah. He gave Eric and his alien beard and his parasitic shoulder hair the middle finger, and it's very respectable.
Oh,
Well,
Chris Bacon says that's not what he said.
Chris in the chat says that's not what he said. I don't know specifically, but pretty much he just told him to say, screw off, fuck off. I don't.
Just watch the interview with him, Aaron, for Immortal Rising in Niobe's stream, Niobe Comics. I was also there, so you
Oh,
can see
I'll
the
have to check
details
that
over
out.
there.
You'll have to send me a link to that stream so I can watch it.
Chris said Eric sent him a message saying to check his attitude and insulted him, and he told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But I mean, can you imagine the platform that Eric has and how much it could have helped indie comics just by him helping small creators? Like, that's the part that I just don't understand.
I don't think Eric I don't think he has a concept of collaboration. I really don't. Because when you think about you think about everybody involved in Comicsgate, you think about Eric, you think of everybody on the indie scene, and sure, we don't all agree with each other. We're not all in the same political camp with each other, but one thing that at least I thought that we all appreciated was the art of storytelling. If we actually all got together and worked together, we could create something very fucking powerful. I mean, I'm not saying it'd be DC or Marvel level, but it would get DC and Marvel to take notice. Right now, with what Eric's doing, they don't give a shit.
No, can you think of like F&T and geeks and like gamers and just taking like time out of their day for maybe like 2 hours to at least do something like Greenie and all the others do? It's just, I don't know. I don't get it.
Luster
But
Dog says $700 and then berated the guy like the money was permission to insult, buying respect, except the guy threw the money back in Eric's face.
yep, pretty much. Just sad. This sad that there was so many possibilities and he fucked it all up. Or excuse me, fudged it all up. I'll try to watch my mouth.
We're good. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
And then let's see. Chris Bacon says, well, not in those words, but he told him, I don't need your money if that's how you're going to be.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm interested in your comic too. Are you in the process? Can you give me a little detail? Are you in the process of getting it together, or
Well, right now
because
it's
I
not.
like to back it?
Yeah, right now it's not a comic. It's just going to be a novel, but it's going to have
Oh,
like
okay.
yeah, it's going to have like some key art in it and stuff. But and like this isn't my artwork. Like I take a really long fucking time to draw shit, so I'm not ready to release actual artwork yet. But this is just like concept art I made with AI of what things are going to look like. It's just to give a general idea.
Cool. Well, I look forward to backing it when you get it going, man. Because I backed Richard's comic, so I look forward to getting that. Because I looked at and I read his backstory about it, and I was like, oh, that's so sweet about his little girl. And I was like, as a parent, I gotta support that. So it's something that my son's gonna have. So I plan to start my collection, if you would say.
Yeah, this what I'm planning is it's going to be something kind of like in the same vein as Lord of the Rings. So it's going to be like a quest and everything, and there's like these evil dark lords called the Archons, and um, they have like this monopoly, this control over all magic in the world of Malo. But then there's like this boy named Theo that suddenly appears, and he has magic. He like manifested it on his own without any help from the Archons, and so the Archons are looking at this kid like, "Whoa, wait a minute! Like, what the fuck? Where did you come from?" So since he has his own type of magic, he's considered a threat to their rule, and so there's like this whole big quest he has to go on to stop him and stuff.
That's really cool. I like that idea.
Yeah.
It's a good plot.
But right now I'm just like drafting everything and stuff. So, it's going to be a little while before we actually have anything that, I'm ready to put out there and, try to get funded and stuff. And of course, I want to cross my T's and dot my I's and everything, unlike, one Eric July.
I know. I so as much as I don't want to give the motherfucker money, I do kind of want to buy Yara and read it and review it because I'm a woman. You
Yo,
know, I
Chris, Chris Bacon, you son of a bitch. So you're saying you want to be in Theo's stable. Chris Bacon has this ongoing desire to see Theo. That's my main character, to see Theo become a pimp.
well, if you're looking for smut work,
Yeah, he just wants me to turn this whole fucking thing into a hentai. I'm pretty sure that's what he's after. And it's like, dude, I am trying to make something that's going to appeal to the mass market. I
but
don't.
I could cut shoulder hair of Bitler. I could hire it, but I would need that kind of link and information. I don't know. I'm like, because I've been thinking of like putting out a tweet, but I'm like, no, I kind of want to wait till the book comes out and then I read it and then I can bitch about it if it's really shitty. Because like I really don't have much faith in it that it's going to be a good book, especially the
Plus, you
sister's
have more.
story and her.
Your review would have more credence if you actually bought it.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking too. I just hate giving him my money. you know, but you can't
Well, it won't
criticize
last.
unless you.
That money won't last, though. So, as far as Eric is concerned, so you don't need to worry about paying him.
Yeah, well, true. I'm just so shocked about the sister's past. I had no idea till since last week, I think is when it was starting to be talked about. And it's just like, what? How did Eric not look into this? Did he not think that people were going to dig up, dirt on them and be like, what's with this, bro? I
Are you
thought you were
aware of
part of
this,
the
Jesker?
movement.
Turns out
So
the
sad.
Saskas are trans activists.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I think it's fucking hilarious. It's. I mean, this guy's just such a fucking moron. He doesn't Google the International School of Ministries. He doesn't Google his own fucking employees. He just throws up his show. He's literally the embodiment of Bill O'Reilly's phrase of "fuck it, we're gonna do it live." Like he doesn't give a shit.
That's
Yeah.
why I keep saying you replace Eric July with Sturgis or LG or Taser Man, we'll have the same result. They're all the same person.
Yeah. It's
Mhm.
like I really do. I expect that Yaira is going to be like a girl boss type of comic book and
Yes,
everything. It's going to be the very thing that these bitches keep complaining about.
we've seen hints of it with Valdez in Alpacor.
Yeah, it's what they complained about with Ahsoka and everything. It's what they keep playing. Every time that you have a prominent female character, they always say girl boss, girl boss, girl boss, girl boss. It doesn't matter what the context is, doesn't matter what the story is. Like the Ahsoka thing just drove me fucking crazy. It drove me fucking crazy. These people are like, oh, why is she so fucking powerful? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, did you not watch Clone Wars? Did you not watch Rebels? She literally has 20 plus years of
Yeah,
history
she's an
as to
OG.
why she's so fucking powerful. It's not like with Rey where she's pulling everything out of her ass. This woman, Ahsoka, has developed her skills over years. She was the fucking apprentice to the chosen one, for God's
That's right.
sakes. So when I hear people complain about this, I'm just like, it listen, it's not about how she's written. You don't give a shit about that. It's just because she's a woman.
Yes, and even if deep inside they like her, their audience will still want to hate her, so they will still say that they hate her. That's the grift.
Yeah,
She's
like I'm all for like women, as of course as a woman, I support it, but I feel like sometimes it's a little too much. It how can I explain this? It makes like it feels like kind of insulting because it's like, well, there's been a lot of women in movies like in the 90s, and I mean even in anime, like for instance Sailor Moon, or Kagome from Inuyasha. Like those are, I consider those girl bosses. Does that make sense?
No, I get what you're saying. If you go back to, before everything became so fucking political, when it came to entertainment, um, you can look at Ripley, for example, from the Alien series. Like, she's an awesome character. You look at, for example, I mean, let's use a Star Wars example. Princess Leia, for example, was one of the best female characters in fiction. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have a lot of really good, well written female characters. Um, the problem is, I think when it came to the mainstream, at least for a while, and I think this is starting to turn around. I think this is starting to change. Is that they tried to write female characters differently. And what I mean by that is when you go into writing a character, you shouldn't be thinking about their gender or their sexual orientation or their race. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to write a male character or a female character or a black character or a gay character or a straight character or whatever. Just start out by thinking, how do I make this a good character, period? You see what I'm saying?
Yep,
Um,
I do.
and I feel like, Hollywood used to understand that. I think they did lose their way for a while. And Ahsoka, when it comes to her, she was created really before all this, crap really started, because she was created back during the George Lucas days, when he still had control of Star Wars. And
Mm.
but Bob Iger has told us that Disney is going to start focusing on entertainment instead of fighting the culture war and stuff. So maybe we're going to see things improve. Maybe we're going to see things get better. I don't know. That's why I say that, the criticism from, people like FNT and Geeks and Gamers and, everybody, I don't think is entirely unwarranted at all. But a lot of them really have just taken it to the extreme to where any female character, they're going to try and cast this wide net over. And that's just not the fucking case.
That's
Um,
right.
Yeah.
it's you really have to examine the character, examine how they're written and their role in the story, if it makes sense. And if it does, then they're well written. If they're not, then they're not. Um, it's like the whole thing with Rey. One of the, like I remember when The Force Awakens first came out, before Last Jedi, before any of this stuff, I defended Rey beating Kylo Ren because I was like, okay, listen, you had to take three factors into consideration. Number one, he was physically diminished because he took that shot from Chewbacca. He was he was diminished in the Force because of his emotional state, because he just killed his dad. And then you also have to consider that that entire movie hinted at and had clues that Rey was somebody important, that she was powerful. And I was like, okay, because of all those three factors together, I can see how she might be able to surprise Kylo Ren and get the one up. But when we get to The Last Jedi and it's like, oh, she's nobody, it's like, wait a minute, hold up now.
Yep.
Like, even if you do consider how diminished Kylo Ren was, if Rey is not someone special, if she's not someone important, if she's not uber powerful for some reason, this is still, even at half of his strength, this is still somebody that was trained by Luke fucking Skywalker, was trained by Supreme Leader Snoke. He still shouldn't have lost to her if she's a nobody.
Last Jedi movie really messed everything up.
Yeah, so that was the problem. It did not make logical sense, and that's when I started to turn on Rey. And then, they try to bring in the whole Palpatine connection and stuff. And it's not like that couldn't have
And that
worked.
was them trying to salvage the problem.
If they had actually planned out for her to be a Palpatine from the beginning, they could have made it work. Because
Yes.
what did George always say about Star Wars? He said, this is a story about family. So if they wanted to take Rey, make her a Palpatine, the descendant of one of the most evil man in the entire galaxy, and they wanted to make it into a story about how family is not your blood, it's not where you come from, it's the people around you, it's the people you connect with, and so she finds a family in the Skywalkers. That's a powerful fucking message to go with. But because they didn't plan that shit out, the execution was fucking terrible.
And that's
What's
how
up, Chris Bacon?
was born.
Not much, guys. Just hanging out in Denver, Colorado. Just listening to you guys, passing the time.
Sorry, are
What's
you
the
in-
weather like up there in Colorado?
Cold.
No major snowstorm yet?
No, it's all good. Get out of here tomorrow. Go back to Dallas.
There you go, where it's a little warm.
So you're saying Sturgis is going to be in the next ripoff verse?
I have confirmed that with the man himself.
Oh, wow. Sturgis is making it big.
making it big.
I stated that he was having a back and forth with Andrew ripoff first, and I commented. I said, Sturgis, if you want to be a puppet, this man right here can make your dreams come true. To which he responded, "I see what you did there. Consider it done." All right.
I like that.
It's just like
man.
thumbnails. I keep telling them, I keep warning them, you defend Eric July this hard, you become a lol cow. This is what they get.
Yeah. A locale on Glenn Beck's ranch, exactly.
So let me ask you guys a question. Y'all are talking about these strong female leads, and for whatever reason, it sounds like there's a certain segment of the fandom, whatever you want to call it, that, am I understanding this correctly, doesn't like strong female leads, and they just see it as woke if you try to suggest that a woman should be a strong lead. Is that accurate, or what am I missing?
I think there's a strong segment of a particular segment of the fan base who are just fucking misogynistic.
Yes, flat out. Like, not even in the leftist sense, just literally people with mother issues. A bunch of Eric Cartmans, basically. They just hate women, full stop.
Like outside of the sci-fi realm, like some of my favorite shows recently have had strong female leads. I don't know if you guys watched that show that came on USA not too long ago, Queen of the South, by any chance?
No,
never heard of it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Anyway, the character is a Mexican woman who starts off in the gutter and then grows to be like the largest drug lord in North America. And it just talks about her journey. And I mean, that's a woman who's a strong female lead. I don't know if you've ever watched the show Suits, like that legal show that was like top 10 in Netflix for forever.
I've seen previews of it.
Yeah, but like the head person at that firm, Jessica Pearson, is a black woman. I mean, you just look at characters who are like, really well written, and their gender or their race is completely secondary to this really smart character, and you don't ever identify with the fact that this person just happens to be a woman or happens to be black or Mexican or whatever. You're just really impressed with the story that this person's getting and the person who's executing that story to just make it seem like this person is legit. This character is legit. There's no tokenization. There's no, push for any type of, political reason on why this person is what they are. But I mean, like, you just look at it and just like, hey, this is like a really strong, and powerful character. And yeah, I don't see why people would have a problem with that. So, I mean, I don't know.
I think it's based on like how they approach it. Are they doing it because it's a well-written character, or are they doing it to push an agenda? I think
Like
that's the thing that you have to really kind of look for.
Yeah, like I was saying, like, is the intention to write a good character, or is it just about the character's gender or race or sexual orientation or whatever it is, or is it actually about writing a believable, well-written character? For a while, I think the mainstream didn't give a shit either way. But now, when you look at it again, I'm going to bring up Ahsoka compared to Rey. I think Rey is a terribly written character. Not that she couldn't have been a good character. It's just they did not execute her character well. But then you have people who were comparing Ahsoka to Rey, and I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous, because there is so much about Ahsoka that makes her a great character. There's, this whole backstory with her and Clone Wars and Rebels. And to try and make that comparison, it's like, the only commonality between Ahsoka and Rey is that they're both women. So I'm like, is the problem the writing, or is it just because they're both women? Like, that was really kind of eye-opening for me when it came to certain corners of the internet.
I think it's writing. I really do. I don't think there's very good writers in Hollywood.
Well,
But
I
could
mean,
be wrong.
well,
But that's
I
just
mean,
what
as
I
we're
feel.
concerned, yeah, but we're talking about them, the
Right.
FNP crowd.
Oh, well, yes. Well, I don't
Well,
know, man. It's a hit and miss, because like I appreciate that people are being aware of woke, but at some point it's like you're beating a dead horse constantly over and over and over. And
well, see, my whole thing was with Rey. It was all about the writing and how the character was poorly written. It had nothing to do with her being a woman, because I'm going to let everybody in on a little secret. George Lucas, his sequel trilogy was also going to have a woman as the main character. I don't care if it's a woman or a guy or whoever. I just want them to be well written. Because I think, what was it, George? I think George was originally going to have a character called Kira Skywalker, and she was supposed to be Luke's daughter. So I just wonder, if George Lucas had made his sequel trilogy, would these same people that have been criticizing Rey, that have been criticizing Ahsoka, would they also have criticized George Lucas's main female character?
that's a good point. I like that question. I want to say no, but then again, I'm gonna think about that. That's a good question.
I'll give you another example. There's this show I used to watch. Came on ABC. It was called Once Upon a Time. And there was a lot of really good written female characters in there. In fact, a lot of the cast was female. And it never crossed my mind that the fact that they were women. Never crossed my mind. I just really enjoyed the characters. I thought a lot of them were written really well. The evil queen, because do you guys know anything about Once Upon a Time?
I've like seen previews, and isn't like Disney kind of on that too, or am I thinking of another different series?
No,
Live-action
it is
Disney
Disney.
princesses?
Yeah, it's fairy tale characters, and it's like the Disney version of those characters, and they're
Okay,
brought
same.
into the modern world. from their land. So they're brought over to our world from their land. And one of the characters, Regina, she's the evil queen from Snow White. Very well written character. She has like this whole redemption arc and everything. Very well written character. And it never bothered me. But I think the fact that some of these characters are women, that fact alone bothers a lot of the people that are part of FNT and Geeks and Gamers. And I don't know if it's just how they were raised or what it is.
I think it is. No, I think it is the way they're raised. That's my suspicion.
True. You could be right, TJ. It makes sense.
Again, you go back to how the Fandom Menace was born. And remember, EVS and Vito were part of it. They were like sort of founding fathers of that entire movement back when The Last Jedi came out. And then you had the Geeks and Gamers and the FNT crew jumping in, right? At the beginning, it's sort of like Gamergate. It's almost the same story. It starts off as legit. You have people who have legit problems. And then grifters start jumping in. You go back to Gamergate. What's his name? Jim used to be the problem with Jim was he refused to be the leader, even though he was the one pointing everything out with Zoe Quinn and everything. And then the grifters came in, including the Quartering, including Sargon of Akkad, including none other than our good friend Matt Jarbo. Even though he did the heel turn recently, he's a completely different person now. Right. It's the same story. We're looking at the same thing. A movement starts off as legit, and then suddenly grifters, people who are basically the shallowest of shallow influencers, pretending that they're something they're not. They jump in. They have no media savvy. They have nothing about. They have no knowledge about how media is created. They don't know how to write shit. They don't know how to produce art. They just come in pretending like they know everything, and then here we are. And on top of that, they bring in the bottom of the barrel type of audiences, the Sturgises of the world. You know what I mean? And they only cater to them. And the Sturgises of the world are willing to give their souls to these people.
Which I have actively gone out of my way to avoid attracting that type of crowd onto my channel. I have criticized
any logical person would.
Yeah, I have criticized the mainstream a lot on my channel. One of my most viewed videos on this channel is about which one is worse, The Rise of Skywalker or The Last Jedi. I have criticized the mainstream, but what I do is I always give my reasons. And none of my reasons has ever been because of gender or race or sexual orientation. Ever. It's always been about, this is why it's badly written. This is why it doesn't make sense. This is why it, in the case of Star Wars, this doesn't mesh with what George set up. I've always tried to give my reasons because I want people to understand I'm not just criticizing this shit because that's the popular opinion. I have reasons as to why this shit fundamentally bothers me. And you can either accept those reasons or not. That's up to you. But I've always tried to be intellectually honest with the people watching my videos.
Well, yeah, you're invested in it. You're invested into the franchise. It means a lot to you. So, you take it more serious and you just speak your truth. I think these guys on FNT and whatnot, I think they see the money in it, and I think they just do it to do it. And it makes me question now: do they really believe what they say? Did they really watch some of these movies? I mean,
if you look at Eric July, the way he doesn't know anything about comics,
right?
We get to realize there's a pattern.
Yeah,
well, I think you're right, though, Katie, on your last point. As someone who's come in as a recent outside observer to this space, and in my free time, which I got 2 kids and I sit at home all the time, so I've got plenty of it in the evening. So I've looked at this with great fascination, and I've seen, like, you can go back obviously and look at the evolution of these people and their videos and their comments and how they got to where they are. And I think maybe even folks like yourself who have been kind of observing these guys from the ground level and you've seen like a gradual progression of where they are to how they got there. I think if you would go back and kind of compress everything, it would become very, very clear, Katie, like what your point was. And I think you're dead on. These people got to a point, like how Eric July got in a very, very short amount of time. These guys just got there over a longer period of time. They figured out what worked for them, like with whether it was woke or reactions to movies or whatever. And they saw how people reacted. And they said, and, you know, to their credit, I do give credit where credit is due. They realized this is what people are gravitating towards. Let's feed it. There's a lot of money to be made. And as they fed it and the channels grew and the super chat total climbed, why would you abandon that? Why would you give all that up? For what? Principle, intellectual honesty, integrity, you know, staying true to the cause or whatever the hell it is you thought you were getting into this for. I mean, people want attention. They want money. And if they can get that one or the other or both, they're not going to abandon that. They're sure as shit not going to turn on it. And that's why I am looking forward to this Gyra campaign like nobody's business. I can't fucking wait to watch the mental gymnastics that are going to take place in this. Thank God it's an Olympic year, because this will be right on par with that. I mean, I'll be like watching Simone Biles, like getting on Twitter saying, "You motherfuckers make me look bad. Y'all can do all kinds of shit I can't do." I mean, it's going to be hilarious, and I can't fucking wait. I wrote up about it, and the view count is high. I appreciate all the people who look at it, but yeah, this is going to be unfucking believable. And I think
reverse detractors, remember.
And I think Eric's problem was, and I pointed this out in my write-up, he got in kind of in bed with the Saskas about 4 years ago when he did
literally.
No,
well, maybe.
You never know.
They're going. Oh, we're gonna see some Eric babies soon.
Metaphorically speaking,
there's some fan fiction right there.
There you go. About 4 years ago, when they got banned from Twitter for putting on some images of basically their product, like their grindhouse gore type shit, and it got them banned because, and it was funny. And I found this hilarious because Eric points it out in the video. It said, how did these ladies go from like, you know, horror people to champions of the alt-right? And Eric goes on the video saying like, yeah, this Black Widow book is fantastic. It's great and all that shit. And in that video, the Saska sisters replied to him saying, thanks for the video. Thanks for the support. We're glad that that our book introduced us to you, because he went to bat for him and he didn't know him at the time. And like Chuck Dixon, like Mike Barron and all these other people, he's starting to collect people who he's admired. But Eric 4 years ago and Eric on January 4th, 2024 aren't the same person, at least in online persona. And I don't think he's savvy enough to say, okay, I have gone on rampages for at least the last 2 years to 18 months about how bad women are, trans people are, gays are. He calls everything gay, puts out all the videos about the gay tokenized characters, the Green Lantern guy, and all this other shit. And at the same time, never looking at the people that he's bringing into not only just write Yaira, but be the lore masters for the fucking Rippaverse.
Yeah, that shit's wild.
So how is he going to possibly spin this when people like myself, and it's starting to come more and more to the forefront, and I like to think I had a little bit of something to help kind of kick that to the forefront. And
I think you did.
And I'll give Rippa versus Woke some credit to this too, because he posted something about it in a tweet, and I responded with some other tweets of theirs that I had found that I had been saving for my Yaira review, but it kind of pushed my initial thoughts to the forefront. So it's going to be very fascinating to see people like Sturgis, like LG, like the Geeks and Gamers, the FNT folks have to now, and like with FNT, they publicly criticized the Saska sisters in the past, as they do with everything, that these people are everything that's wrong with comics. They label that everywhere. Like, these people are everything that's wrong with this or that or whatever. And what they're going to have to do to jump through those hoops. And is Eric going to sit there and take it because those are the people who are, supporting him? Or is he going to go back at him and be like, these are my people, and go after them EVS style and just set up a full-blown civil war on that side of the aisle, so to say? And I can't fucking wait. I hope it blows up as gloriously as I anticipated.
I can't wait either. That's kind of why I'm like, I want to buy it. I want to read it because, like I said, I am a woman. And if I see something that talks about patriarchy or something, I mean, I want to call it out. So yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what all these guys are going to say about it, because I think once the books definitely starts coming out and gets pushed out there more, the more people are going to be like, but wait a minute, what about this? Or what about that? But didn't they do this? It's going to happen. I agree with you, Chris.
Well, another thing too is, because now it's becoming more and more forefront with the fandom, the Rippaverse fandom and the detractors alike in those two particular camps, that whether or not they self-insert into this book in any way, shape, or form or not, people are going to be looking for it. And people will find self-inserts, whether they exist or not, and be like, oh, look how Yaira took out this group of male characters. What is the word? Mary Sue, I think, is the vernacular for that. Look at how she's doing this. This is, so woke, so feminist and all that shit. And these sisters past are going to haunt them forever in this. And I just can't wait to see, are they going to be on a leash? Is Eric going to let them write the way they want to write? And if he doesn't, are they going to stick around and be like, no, the Rippaverse is PG. It's not what we're into. If you're going to keep us on this leash, we're just going to leave. Or do they just not give a shit as long as the check clears? Who the hell knows?
I'd be interested. I think he probably won't even really look at it closely. I think he's going to be like, yeah, it looks good. Send it off, But I could be wrong. I would think that he would know better to review it, and because it is his image, and if this book comes out and it's what we suspected will be, well, Eric's going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Well, I also think the Soska sisters, I don't think they understand how unforgiving and honestly blatantly ignorant the crowd that they've mixed in is. One or two things is going to happen. Either, and this could actually cause a divide. You're going to have some people that are going to, see what the Soska sisters, their past and everything. Depending on how they write Yaira, it could, cause people to, that could become even more clear, more blatant, more obvious. So you're going to have people turn against Eric because of that, or because there is kind of this cult around Eric, and it is a very cult-like mentality. We see this with people like Taser, with Sturgis, LG. They're just not going to give a fuck. And if Eric gives them the okay, if he says, not, they're cool, they're going to go along with it anyways. So it could actually end up causing a divide in his fandom.
That's going to be fun
I
to
think
watch.
more people will leave him and end up on our side. Which goes back to Chris's idea, where Eric's audience is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking by the minute.
I mean, I hope, don't underestimate the stupidity of humanity.
Oh, yeah,
right.
Of course the diehards will stay. But I'm just saying, the more sane people will keep leaving him.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how this plays out. Kind of interested.
I'm with Luster Dog. Eric doesn't review his books. They're just merch.
It's product. Like I said, Eric,
he refers to it as product. Yeah.
Eric is not a creative. He is not an artist. He does not care. He does not care. He is LARPing as a businessman, and the comic books are just a front for that. It's a shield for that.
Business.
Yeah, a businessman.
Lord mercy.
Now this is, I mean, it's really some sad shit, because I remember, gosh, I remember when he first started this whole, ISOM thing, when he was first getting this funded and everything, and I thought, oh, this is cool, this is exciting, this could be big, and to see the absolute clusterfuck that it has devolved into, it really is depressing. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, no one wanted this shit to happen. At least I didn't want this shit to happen. I kind of go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you
Well,
can go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I kind of feel like that scene from The Lion King. I just want to like take like the internet itself. Everybody invested in this is little Simba having seen Mufasa die, and Mufasa is the Rippaverse, and I'm Scar just grabbing little Simba, and I'm just like, no one ever means for these things to happen, but Isom is dead.
Oh, that would be such a good meme.
That
would be pretty good.
I might make a video about that. I might just say fuck it.
I'll do it. It'll be so funny. No, but like what you were piggyback off you, like I was a fan of him. I watched his streams. I remember when Isom was coming out and the excitement, and to be honest with you, when Dick came out with his review, I was kind of on the fence about it, because I'll be honest with you, I thought he was being a dick. But then when I saw the way Eric acted on Flashcast or whatever stream, when EVS was talking to him, it was like it planted the seed in my head that Eric's not all what he says he is, because Ethan was saying a lot of things that I totally agree with, and the way that Eric kind of just didn't give a shit, like that kind of, okay, well, that's weird. So it just, like I said, it planted the seed. And then as time went on and Nick Rekieta streamed, it just was like, I can't support this dude. I can't do this. This is not right. And it's depressing, because you have a lot of hope in someone like him, like, oh, this is, I'm witnessing history, this could be a big thing. And then as time goes on, you find out like it's not what you thought it was. And yeah, it makes you kind of give up on humanity a little bit. Like it makes you give up on hope that, someone,
I thought what Eric was doing could be the key that unlocks the gate, that really allows the indie scene, the indie movement, to really get a foothold to the wider audience. And that's not what any of this turned out to be. Not even close.
So let me ask you guys a question, since y'all are kind of more into the, comic stuff than I am, because I've looked at him from a very objective, kind of more of a business side and that sort of thing. But all things being equal, because you said you've all kind of had your Rubicon with Eric, so to say, whether it was this comment or whatever. And I guess you can lose people in a couple of different ways from what I'm hearing from these comics things. You can just continually put out bad work, bad art, miss whatever, or you can just turn it to a complete tool. How forgiving would you be prepared to be, especially as an indie creator like Eric is, if he would have come out and just said, hey, this was a passion project, first stuff that's coming out, trying to get my feet wet. We had an overwhelming response. Yeah, I talked with the artist. They used some 3D assets. I admitted I put out my first draft. Just bear with me. We're, having growing pains just like anybody else. It'll get better. And how forgiving would you be for his product going forward? How much more would you be willing to support his product going forward if it was just bad art versus bad art plus bad attitude? because me personally, as a person who's met him, knows him, but has had conversations with him about things other than comics, I was prepared to ride that train as long as it was going. But, you know, he said the things again about the ministry, which turned me off. And then when I found out he just lied to his customers, I'm like, okay, I'm completely
as
off the boat. You've completely lost me. I will become a detractor, and I will, you know, document every dumbass thing that you do, because you deserve to be mocked and ridiculed.
As Luster Dog says, also the DMCAs.
Yep. I mean, you can add that to the bad attitude.
So here's the thing. What people don't understand is that when you're trying to come up with something, obviously I'm in the middle of that right now. It is very fucking difficult. I mean, regardless of what Eric might tell you, the creative side of things is not the easy part. It is very fucking difficult, and not everybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. Not everybody has the type of mentality to come up with this. I mean, there's a reason why some people are creatives and some people are not. It's very fucking difficult. So if Eric came out with this stuff and it wasn't up to snuff, it wasn't up to par, but he was humble and he was honest about it, yeah, I could forgive him, because it's the first thing he's put out. As far as, you know, story-wise, it's the first thing he's put out. So yeah, I could forgive that. But when you go on here and then, you know, you have people trying to point out the problems with this comic, and it's just excuses and attacks and the DMCAs, and, you know, just I mean, and it's not just attacks. I mean, it's just awful, horrible stuff that he's been saying about people. It's really hard to forgive somebody when they make themselves so fucking unforgivable.
Yeah, well, I mean, unlike, and again, there's no discredit to this, and you know, Eric will say that I built my fan base over years and my audience over years and whatnot, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. And from a business standpoint, monetizing an audience that is devoted to you is completely and 100% okay. But one thing I don't think he's ever acknowledged is, again, he sold $3.73 million worth of item / Ripavert product before anything other than a couple of drawings of Isom, the character, were ever seen. Whereas, say, for example, with your project or anybody else's project, let's say it's Richard's Blood and Sword, or pick your other favorite indie creator, you're going to have to grow your audience and grow your income and revenue stream, not based on a persona, not based on how many fucking videos you put out about woke shit, tokenization, or monetize haters. You're going to have to live or die by your product and your product alone. And he never had to do that. And he still never had to do that. People are buying his product simply because it is owned, operated, and funded by Eric Dwayne July. And I mean, that's just the reality. And in his mind, he thinks that he is some uber amazing creator because of that. And that, I mean, that's just not the truth. And I think if he does realize it, it's somewhere deep in the back of his mind that he doesn't want to. He just honestly, and he'll say in his videos, people like it. It's great. And I'm a great creator, clearly because of the numbers. No, you're a great mover of product.
Yeah, people like McDonald's, but that doesn't make it quality.
Yeah, I mean, so, I mean, he had the opportunity to establish himself in a space in the exact opposite way that anybody else has to. And why he hasn't acknowledged that or doesn't understand that and react accordingly, I have no idea.
Well, I agree with you, Chris. And as I'm not a creator, I mean, I have a YouTube channel. I create content, but I'm not a comic artist. I'm a reader. I'm a reviewer. Like I review a certain type of fan fiction on my channel, and I have roundtable discussions with writers. But so as I'm saying, someone that just is the buyer, let's say that, the customer, if he would just, be upfront and say, look, I screwed up, and I screwed up bad, and this is why. And then would apologize to customers that didn't like the book, saying, look, I failed. I should have done better. I should have recognized my mistakes. You know, I'm just starting this. I'll be honest, I'm new to this. And if you guys want to help me and be, you know, give me your thoughts on it. Yeah, I want to fix it, and I'm really sorry for the DMCA's, and I don't know. I think if he was just very upfront about it, just say, look, I fucked up. I did. And I know that I'm not going to get your trust back. I know I'm not going to get some of you to come back and buy my comics, but let me prove it to you over time. Let me show you me being real and putting in the work, and let me prove that to you over time. As long as you give me the chance, then yeah, I would say, okay, well, cool.
Yeah, I think though with Eric, when you've got a long and very well documented history of doing the exact opposite, just from a personality standpoint, how hard is that to break? How hard is that to go against the grain? Because he's made video after video, like when he did the lawsuit thing. I got this settled. I'm only going to address this once. He went on for a few more days about it. I'm not going to address the haters anymore. I'm not talking about the haters anymore. All he does is continue to address the haters. So,
yes,
I mean, I think it's just so ingrained. And I think he feels because his his Twitter feed is a couple of things, his videos and repost. Some of it's about his product, but other stuff, he's retweeting fan responses to different things. And it seems like it's such a need for validation. He needs to feel validated in his beliefs that it's not me, it's these other people. These are the people who are the problem. It's not me. And why do I know that? Because John 4:5-6 says it is, or whatever the case it
Luster
may
Dog
be,
is saying as much.
Whoever it comes from.
It's like his audience are cheering him on to keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's not going to acknowledge them because I think he even knows that, you know, people like Sturgis and LG are like on the fringe of things. But he needs people like that. I think he really because he's not going to send them a DM and be like, hey guys, I need you to cut this shit out. If I send you a couple of t-shirts, will you shut the fuck up?
Yep.
He needs those kind of foot soldiers out there. He wants them out there because it's going to for example, if it's EVS, Dick Masterson, Rip Off First, you, me, whoever else that's engaging with them and not him, he takes that as a win. Just like I had the opportunity to kind of embarrass him yesterday when I sent out my tweet with his from 2 years ago. He's like, I don't block anybody on Twitter. Yeah. So I have good times with Eric, but I do so based on his own words. And I think as a detractor and as a detractor verse in general, I think if we just let Eric, just give Eric the rope, he'll hang himself on it. And I don't say that as in a lynching type of way because I don't want this to be clipped and referenced as such.
I disavow.
In a very generic term, he is going to get in his own way every single chance he gets. And there's no need to criticize the art. There's no need to criticize anything because if you just wait for him to say something, it's going to come out stupid and it's going to be very laughable. And just go after that. And you can make whole channels and have content forever. Just like you don't have to put out anything else. You can just talk about Yaira and the Saska sisters every day, all day, now through the end of that campaign. And you'll have as much material as you could possibly hope and dream of. Put that shit out there. Let his fans reply. Watch them do gymnastics. Follow up with tweets and videos that Eric's put out about the gays, the trans, and the tokenization of those people. Throw back the Green Lantern comments he's made. Watch those people completely go apoplectic and just laugh your ass off. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
At this point, it's a comedy show. That's all it
Yeah.
is.
So, I mean, there's so
Amen, Chris.
many of this, and I enjoy all of it. I truly do. Hey, it's Ripaverse Goalpost. I love it. How you doing, Ripaverse Goalpost?
Oh, good God Almighty! Here we go.
What is a solution on a macro scale? Oh, I'm glad you asked, buddy. For you to continue to put things in chats that I can then retweet and further embarrass Eric July, i.e., your 4 million Yaira thing to 3.5 to 4, because you know I keep receipts. Or when I brought up the fact that Eric in the Rippaverse has taken $5,000 from 10 people to canonize these people in the Rippaverse, and he likes to talk about late product now and why he hasn't taken the $50,000 that he's gotten and putting those people in these fucking books. So, yeah, Rippaverse Goalpost, you just keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. You keep telling things. I'll keep telling the truth, and you and I will get along fantastic. You are one of the reasons I wake up and check Twitter every day.
So,
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, Rippaverse Goalpost.
can someone explain this mentality from Eric? And
accelerate the downfall?
I've seen it from other people on his side of the aisle as well. It seems like anytime criticism is brought up, no matter how much evidence there is that it's true, no matter how much logic is brought to these people, there is no universe in which they will admit their faults, admit their wrongs, just be humble, be honest, because it seems to me that they see it as a type of weakness. It's always, I've got to fight, I've got to struggle, I got to punch back. And I'm just wondering, where does that mentality come from? I mean, what causes that? Is it their upbringing? Is it just...
It's the need to belong. It's the need. It's that primal need to be part of something, to be part of a community and feel belonging. I think it really is just that simple, if you want to know the truth about it.
Belong to what? Like, what are they trying to belong to?
I think somebody like Sturgis would probably be the best person to answer that type of a question.
Yep.
I think they just need to feel like they're part of something. They want to interact, whether it's positive, whether it's negative. They just want somebody to see them. And I mean, it's just that simple, to be quite honest. That may come across as sad, depressing, whatever, but I think that's just the truth.
They see themselves in Eric July. They're a fan club. Me personally, I'm beginning to learn, not to interfere with the fan club. If you want to be cheerleaders, if you want to be Raylos, go ahead. Just don't come. Don't come in my way when I'm busy critiquing the art. And we're good.
So, but I mean, like, I understand, like, with Eric's followers and stuff, but like, what motivates Eric himself? Like, is it just like, why does he have to see everything as a fight? Like, why is it that he can't just? I get the feeling like it would just shatter his fucking identity if he just admitted he fucked up.
Ego.
Yep.
It's ego.
I think he might be wrongfully under the impression that his core fan base would see people who are quote unquote detractors say, you know what, Eric? And I would be the first one. I would literally go knock on that dude's door and be like, hey man, I saw your video. All Rippaverse detractors is no more. I really appreciate that. Was heartfelt. And, I just wanted to come by and tell you in person. Keep me blocked, whatever. But I'd knock on his door and I'd tell him that. If he didn't answer the door, I'd slip something in his mailbox. And I think maybe his fan base doesn't want to see that. They don't want to see these people coming back to, the Rippaverse, or maybe he feels like he would alienate the core fan base and disappoint them. Who the fuck knows? It's a mentality that it's somebody like Jordan Peterson needs to look at and evaluate. I don't know. I'm not qualified or professional enough to do it, but there's got to be some underlying psychological case study that could, identify.
Remember, Jordan
the issue.
Peterson used to analyze these kinds of people, and he used to take them under his wing and try to help them. I wish there were more people like that. But
Well,
here we are.
maybe I'm just asking for too much, because I don't know. Like, when I see people like Eric acting the way that he does, I'm always I'm just looking at that. I'm like, what is going on in his head? Like, I'm trying to connect the dots here. Like, how does someone get to the point where they act like this and they think that it's normal? And I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to understand something that's not understandable.
That's
again,
the unfortunate side of the internet.
It could be upbringing.
But he's done this for a while. I mean, again, like the monetize the haters thing really kind of kicked into full gear, I think, after ISOM 1 came out in that year between 1 and 2. And even before that, he had people who didn't like his political views, and he kind of had those discussions. So I think it's just a branding thing that he can't separate to say, okay, this was fun before when I was on YouTube doing commentary for Canon's sake, talking about the comic stuff, and people didn't like those comments, or the political stuff, and people didn't like those comments. Now I run a business, and people are going to have criticism. God knows he should see it. He criticized Marvel and DC and Hollywood all the time, still does to this day. But at the same time, you don't see Brie fucking Larson or Bob Iger taking to Twitter and doing interviews saying and calling people out, saying, "What you're the problem, not me." I don't know. I
don't see them having a
just a brand thing.
You're right, Chris. It could be a brand thing. It's what he does. But I think a businessman would ignore the detractors, quote unquote, the haters, and continue pushing forward.
Quote unquote, move differently, right?
Yeah. Because every time he keeps stoking the flames, like keeps putting gasoline on the fire, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's like, and yet, what makes me mad is he'll say, it's we're just gonna deal with them. I ain't gonna deal with them. It's just gonna move on. We just go ignore it. But you don't. You continue to do it. Like, you spend way too much time on Twitter. I think you need to reevaluate your business in a sense of there's people that have like fuck you money. He has fuck me money. Like, who cares what you think? I'm going to make my money. I don't care. I'm making good. My business is doing good.
But I'm not putting you on. I'm not going to put you in the spotlight. I'm not going to drag the attention to you because I'm wanting on me and
everything
what I'm doing.
He tries to do it, but just backfires immediately.
All right, Rip a Goalpost says, you guys think Eric is incapable of behaving like a normal businessman? Eric is not a businessman. He is LARPing as a businessman.
That's
and
right.
Then Rip-A-Verse Goalpost goes on to say, that's your problem, misunderstanding. Eric, this is fucking ridiculous. Eric is not a normal businessman because normal people don't make millions of dollars within a short time frame. Eric is on another level.
Rip a Goalpost, maybe you're old enough, maybe you're not, to know that once upon a time, somebody literally made millions of dollars selling a pet fucking rock. Okay? A pet fucking rock. Does that make them a good businessman? Somebody got rich once upon a time selling fucking Beanie Babies to the speculator market. Does that make them good business people?
What about the pink sauce lady?
The list goes on and on and on. But I'm going to address the first thing that you said, incapable of behaving like a normal businessman. There's one or two ways in business that you can react in an appropriate way. You can either, like Katie said, just ignore it, or even better, just fucking own it. Hey, Dick Masterson gets on your case. Your comic sucks. The story sucks. Dick, you know what? You're not. You can even spin it. I appreciate your comments, Dick, and own it in the sense to say, as you know, it was my first draft. And Rip-A-Verse Goalpost, I'm going to give you an example of how to handle detractors like a gentleman. Dick, you're right. It was my first draft. It was a passion project. I was so excited to get my ideas on paper and get this out to the, after, talking about opening my own comic publishing company for years. It was a dream of mine, a goal of mine. I reached out to 2 industry people, Cliff Richards, Gail El Taib, and I got them on board. And I just was so excited to get this out. I put out my first draft. It could have been better in hindsight, but I just wanted to get it out. I was so excited to show the people that an alternative could exist, and for an audience of mine that said they wanted it, and they responded in overwhelming fashion. Going forward, I'll be willing to listen to any criticism that anybody has, and please know that I'll take it under consideration. Okay, fine. Then he gets off the video, yells at under his breath, or just yells out loud, "Fuck Dick Masterson. He's an asshole. I don't give a shit about any of his comments. I'm not going to take it, and I don't want anybody's criticism, and I don't give a fuck." But you do that shit behind closed doors, and do it with people in your inner circle who aren't going to repeat your shit.
Thank you. Yes.
Or, for example, Nick Rekieta, how to handle somebody like Nick Rekieta like a gentleman. Eric, you don't have to talk about this. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to talk about it. You know what, Nick? I'm going to take your recommendations under consideration. I will say this. While I still think that we did nothing wrong, I'm going to take your professional advice that you're trying to do what's best for me and guide me in this situation, despite the fact that I believe you do not have all the facts. Thank you for your advice, and thank you for your time. Have a good night. And then you can go back to the same people and say, what the fuck does Nick Rekieta know? Who gives a shit what he thinks? It's how you handle people. It's reading the room. Eric can't read a fucking room to save his fucking life. And that
Amen.
is
well, it's like Father,
the reality of it.
It's like Father Hostage said. Eric has the self-awareness of a fucking goldfish. And I'm sorry, but look, I Rip a Goalpost, Sturgis, Taser, LG, all of these guys, they look at Eric and they see how he made all of this money with this first comic, and they think to himself, oh, he must be a great businessman. No, listen, it's like you said, people have made a lot of money off of some really stupid stuff. That does not make them a businessman. That means that they caught lightning in a bottle and they got fucking lucky. That's what that means. And then Rippaverse Goalpost says viral fads are an outlier. Eric focused on quality products.
The paper's straight, Rippa Goalpost.
I'm telling you right now, the Rippaverse, ISOM, this whole thing, this is a fad. This is a fad, and it is going to burn out. In a couple of years, no one's going to give a shit about this. All right. If you want to talk about a quality product, you look at something like The Lord of the Rings. Okay. The Lord of the Rings came out, the 1950s, I think it was. We're still talking about it to this day. Harry Potter, still talking about it to this day. Star Wars, for better or worse, still talking about it to this day.
Dante's Inferno.
Still talking about it to this fucking day. In part because of Eric July, what's his name?
A Drink with Crazy.
Yeah, that SOB. Anyways, I guarantee you in 10 years, no one's going to be talking about the Rippaverse. No one's going to care. No one's going to give a shit.
They'll just milk him like a lol cow, and that's about it.
Yeah. Turkey Tom will do a documentary on Eric July. Just wait.
The reason why that's the thing. A lot of normies come to these streams because none of the drama channels have covered it yet. Eric July should thank the stars that Gerard is out there and Maddox is out there.
Luster Doc says, "You guys don't think there will be an ISOM issue 30? If there is an if there is an ISOM issue 30, I'll be the one in a fucking mental hospital because I would have lost all faith in humanity at that point."
Well, there'll be something more to laugh at, that's for sure.
Eric would not be where he is if he was incapable of the room. Oh, Jesus Christ. 500 million plus subscribers, entertaining an audience, hiring over a dozen employees, networking with peers, and then burning those bridges with his
He corrected
beers.
himself, saying 500K. That's right. Correct yourself.
That's not reading the room.
No.
No.
You're not reading the room either. If a goalpost.
What does any of this shit have to do with the quality of the fucking story?
Yeah, exactly.
You're missing the whole. Listen,
This is shifting the goalpost. So much for your fucking name.
no one in 10 years, no one's going to give a shit about his subscribers. No one's going to give a shit about the quality of the. That drives me crazy. No one's
This
going to
is
give a
why,
shit about the quality
you know,
of the
after-
fucking paper.
After yesterday's
Flip a
stream,
goalpost?
I'm beginning to realize this is whole army of Sturgises. You
To
cannot take
answer
it seriously.
your question directly, if Eric was capable of reading a room, he would not have lost over $1 million between ISOM 1 and 2. And
Boom.
after hiring the legendary Chuck Dixon and talking that up like it was the second coming, he wouldn't have lost, is on pace to lose over $1 million. But
Damn.
again, I posted this. I've got good news and bad for you, Goalpost. The bad news is, yeah, he lost $1 million for the second straight campaign compared to the other one. The good news is it's almost statistically impossible for that to happen again. So you can take comfort in that, knowing that he's not going to lose another $7 million or 7 figures from one campaign to the next on the IRA this go around. So feel good about that. Take comfort in that. And if he was good at reading the room, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have completely burned EVS. He wouldn't have Shane Davis not wanting to work with him anymore and not saying the nicest things about him. People who wrote the 2 highest selling / highest grossing covers for his ISOM 2 book. If you're reading the room,
Amen.
who the fuck does that? And if he was reading the room, he would have not spent a year doing hater replies, woke shit, and tokenization videos. He would have been working on maintaining the 47,000 so odd purchases that were made from ISOM 1. That's reading a room. And if you think anything different, please clip this, put it on your YouTube video. I know you won't because you know I'm true, and you certainly don't want your audience hearing anything I have to say. So that is not reading a room. And if you think otherwise, you're out of your fucking mind.
You know what these
Damn.
people. You know what these people remind me of. It's they think oh, it's got the quality paper. Oh, look at these numbers. Oh goodness, like it's this whole clout thing. It's like these people that go out and buy fucking Ferraris and stuff, and then they don't fucking realize, oh, that shit's gonna be that shit loses half its value the second you take it off the fucking car lot. You look at something like a Toyota or a Honda or something. That shit is still gonna be running 10, 20 years from now, while your Ferrari it's rotting away in your garage. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not about the cloud. It's not about how shiny it is. It's about the quality, and quality equals longevity. There is no longevity to what Eric is doing. Why can't people fucking see that?
Oh, Ripperverse Goalpost, you are the gift that keeps on giving tonight, because I spent my downtime here in Denver going through this very thing that you have. So go over to Ripperverse Detractors and read my latest post. I love this. I'm going to read this out loud. So when you clip this and put it on your YouTube channel, it'll come across with the tone I want it to. Problem solvers make money. What is a major problem in the indie comics community? Late fulfillment. Eric solved that problem. You dog walk that like the little bitch that you are. And I say that for this particular reason. I spent some time today looking into the late books thing and what was the origin of that here lately. You're going to love this, Ripper Goalpost. The video that he made the day the ISOM lawsuit got settled, he made a video that was 16 minutes long. And this is fresh in my mind because, like I said, I just did this today. And he was so trying to spin this, just take the focus off the lawsuit that had just come out, the replies that he was getting to that. At exactly the 10:40 mark, he talks about and spins it to late books and late fulfillment. And that's the talking point that he has been using ever since. Go read the article. You know I bring receipts. every single fucking time. So take a look at that. And now that he's dog walked you and you've got your talking points, take a look at that and see if this doesn't make you look like a humongous fucking shill, just like you do every single time. I can beat you up and down any topic about the Rippaverse or Eric July using his own words, his own statements all day, every day. And I am just waiting patiently for the day that I'm a topic of one of your tweets or videos. So please, please make this happen for me. Make my dreams come true. I cannot wait. So take a look at that. Go on over the Rippaverse detractors, see my latest spiel, and see if you are going to do a little self-reflection and realize you are the little bitch that we all know and love. But you are still a national treasure, and I appreciate your attention because you so willingly give it. And stay here. I'm sure you'll come up with some more nuggets for me to smash. So I'm having a great time. Keep it up. Stay here. And yeah, please.
He says, I would love to see a
Psychologist,
sociologist
not
do.
sociologist. This is not a social issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Talking about psychological study. You see, this is why you're an uneducated jackass. Nobody can take you seriously. Again, just like your leader. All of you, you're all the same. If I put you right now, Ripple Goalpost, in the place of Eric July, the same exact thing would be happening. You wouldn't know how to handle shit. You'd still have mental breakdowns. You'd always be rage typing. You'd always make yourself look like idiots. Always huffing and puffing like Sturgis. You're not built for the internet, a lot of you.
You know, I wish we lived in a universe where our conversations about ISOM, about the Rippaverse, was not this. I wish I was doing a live stream right now where we were looking at the latest. What was the latest thing that came out? Alpha Core, where we were sitting here, coming up with theories, coming up with ideas about what's going to happen next in the story, where are things going, what's going on. Let's do our top 10, Rippaverse characters. Let's talk about who's stronger than who. I would love to be doing a stream about that right now. But instead, we're having to do this shit. And to be fair, I could do a stream like that. But again, it would be intellectually dishonest. And I pray to God that's not what people are coming to this channel for.
And I think Chris deserves a standing ovation in the crowd for that. That was really good, Chris. And we are very thankful to have you and to hear your thoughts about it, because you know better than anybody else. So bravo.
I wish I didn't. I wish I had other things to focus on, but I just find it incredibly fascinating. And I think, me personally, if I hadn't met him and had some real life interactions with the guy to have some compare and contrast, I wouldn't care nearly as much, but I do. And he's kind of like Anakin Skywalker. You want to see him come back. You saw him when he was a little Padawan. You saw him when he was coming up in the Force, that, he could have been a force for good. He almost feels like you're at the end of that third movie and you're like, you were the chosen one, man. Don't do this shit. Come back. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then he's going to end up on the fucking lava planet with his arms and legs chopped off, and you're just going to feel bad.
And you just gave Tony an idea for his next AI thumbnail.
Oh.
I mean,
that's the problem. Actually, the more I stay, the more I look at this shit, the more I feel sad. I really do.
It is sad, isn't it?
Just imagine a bunch of autists, a bunch of low functioning people looking up to this guy, and they're all sharing each other's pain.
To answer your other point here,
making nerd wars, it's sad.
Yeah, to answer your other point, you chose to detract from the comics and focus on Eric's attitude. Okay, not true. If you go back to the origins, and you can go, well, they're not there anymore, but if you were to go to, if I shared the post, because I still have them forever on my Reddit, with my history with looking at this, it was always from a business standpoint, whether it was the numbers and particularly how these numbers come about. And just like any other business and the person who runs it, those numbers, whether it's the Alpha Core numbers, the ISOM numbers, are a result of two things: sales, customer demand, and the person who's running the company and the decisions that they make and how they affect those numbers. And all of my analysis is based solely on that. Just like my Yaira and Saska sisters analysis, my initial thoughts on that is not based on so much anything else, but how is this going to affect the bottom line? How is a person who's made video after video about woke shit, gays, trans, and all this stuff gonna function with trans and gay super advocates like the Saska sisters, and how this is going to ultimately affect the bottom line and it is a good business decision? That's why I focus on Eric's attitude, because what he does directly impacts the bottom line. People on this panel have said it. You've been on Tony's stream, you've been on Richard's stream, and every other stream in between where people talk about his attitude. And somebody like Katie, somebody like JJ here have, been very clear and emphatic about, we supported the guy until we started talking all this shit. And if you lose support, you're losing dollars. So that's why there's the focus on his attitude and his comments, because it directly impacts the bottom line. You saw it from ISOM 1 to ISOM 2, and you're seeing it now between ISOM 2 and Alpha Core. It's not a coincidence. It's not he's finding his audience or whatever dumb shit you usually talk about. It has directly impacted his business in major ways. And because he won't shut his goddamn mouth, it's cost him millions and millions of dollars, not only between lost revenue from, known customers, but attracting new ones. Because just like I said in the Alpha Core initial analysis, people are going to look at this because the internet is forever. And if you're going to find his shit, you're most likely going to start online, because that's where his main presence is, online, Twitter, YouTube, whatever. You're going to come across the litany of other shit, and a person is typically going to pick a side. Is this dude fucking nuts, or do I agree with him? And when you're splitting off a fan base or particular buyers in that way, and that's your first introduction to them, you're going to be fucked. So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, but to answer your question in a very long-winded way on why I choose to address his attitude, that's the reason, because it's affecting his income. And if he doesn't see it, and if you don't see it, well, there's nothing I can do to help you out with that.
That's not a very high bar, though, shoulder hair. Just being real. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am happy for all 10 viewers right now, and I'm very happy for the guest on the panel. Very fucking happy, all right?
That's right.
But tweet this stuff out, share it, do whatever you want to do. Let's get more people in here. And subscribe, because Daddy wants monetization, damn it.
Amen. I'm working on it too, darling.
All right, let's see what this fuck is saying now. You expect to see Eric panicking like his company is on fire while he's expanding the business and on track to release 6 books this year. 6 books of what? And then 1 book per month in the near future. What? Like,
making
what
a
is
bigger
there?
Warehouse and hiring more employees. Does that mean he has to pay more money? More of the money that he's been earning? Other than the International School of Ministry as well, where he has to keep paying them?
Well, Rip a goalpost, how is he expanding? I mean, give me some real examples of how he's expanding and how his revenue stream is allowing him to expand. Because from what I've seen, sustaining off of the money that he made after the ISOM 1 campaign, where he was pretty flush with cash. By his own admission, I believe he put out a tweet that said after the campaign and all was said and done and the bills were paid, he was sitting on $2.2 million. So he was probably pretty flush. And then what did he do with that? He made some of the dumbest fucking decisions that anybody could ever possibly make. I beat the dead horse, but I'm going to do it real quick again for illustration. He bought the same amount of copies for ISOM 2 that he sold for ISOM 1. Who the fuck does that? So he did that. He went out and got a big-ass warehouse. He wasn't doing any type of rental. He had a guy in the first campaign out of Tennessee who was helping him out. He had a small space, I believe, he was renting to do his initial fulfillment after the response that he received and the orders. And he had some part-time people, and then he made them all full-time. So how do you take on so much more expense and continue to make less and less money per campaign? And another thing, too, that you economic illiterates, I know Eric likes to throw around that term, but you people don't seem to understand, is the difference between gross and net. Gross, $3.7 million. Again, he said his net was 2.2. For the sake of this conversation, I'm going to believe him. But when we look at ISOM number 2, and after all the additional expenses, what do you think his net was on a $2.3 million take? What do you think his net's going to be on basically a 1.25-ish take with all of these continuing expenses? The guy is bleeding through cash, and it doesn't take somebody or his accountant to show me the books to know that. Anybody can see what he's doing is absolutely laughably retarded, and there's no reason for it. Oh, God, you brought up the Saska sisters. Dude, you got to stop feeding the troll here tonight, buddy. You got to stop. You got to stop.
Just like Eric. He's just like Eric. They don't know how to let it go.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Stop. Okay. I'll cut off my last conversation. I'm going to let these boys, because I want this last conversation to kind of marinate for a minute, because I've got plenty to say about this.
I swear to God, man, Ribaverse goalposts. Like, if I get a brain aneurysm from this, I'm suing your ass. Like, it's over. This shit right here, man. Like,
it's mind blowing.
I mean,
it is. Like, how far he's willing to. I mean, dude, let it go, honey. It's okay. It's okay. If you let it go, we won't judge you.
For you to follow. Go ahead. Like, no problem. I have no problem with you following shallow influencers. You need the little cheerleading. You need to do some standing. That's fine.
Yo, shoulder hair. He's expanding by building 6 more driveways and 4 more gates.
I know, I chuckled when I saw that.
I mean, technically, yeah, that's expanding.
It's like talking to Twilight fans, really.
Oh
God.
He spends $300,000 on payroll every quarter. Jesus,
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Again, like, the appearance of a big business means more to him than actually being practical about this shit. It's just for clout. It's just showing off his bling. It's showing off, it's like spending $100,000 on a Ferrari or whatever. I mean, that's what it is. And it's like, wow, look at how great I am to have this. And in the end, it's going to end up biting you in the ass. I mean, wasn't there something about like taxes and the IRS? Like, he was having an issue with that. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we're going to see this guy go to prison. I really do.
And let me just point in, like, I'm going to do the typical woman thing. When it comes to being a businessman, when you are invited to go on big platforms, podcast shows, you need to look like you're a businessman and not some dude off the corner of the street near the dilly dally. Like, you need to look sharp, presentable, look like you give a shit. And I'm sorry, to a woman, if a man can't figure that part out, then he can't figure out the rest. And that is my 2 cents.
Like beaters with shoulder hairs and
Look, George R.
Like, come on.
George R. Martin. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry. It's random, but it's something that just I had to rant about because it's just aggravates me. He talks about how he knows about business, and it's like, well, you don't know the basics of business either, bud. But anyway, go ahead.
George R.R. Martin, you know, it's been pointed out how he dresses and stuff. He looks more business like than Eric July ever has. I mean, we've seen the wedding photo, Eric. Okay. I mean, for the love of God, we've seen the wedding photo. Okay. Like, we know your sense of style or lack thereof.
I don't know why his wife didn't stop him. She has the power in that department when it comes to looking presentable. Don't get me on it. Don't get me on it.
Yeah, Extra Hero says he showed up to a wedding in a bright colored basketball jersey. Jesus.
God.
Listen, even before he did this whole comic book universe, even before he made millions off of that, the dude had a really popular YouTube channel. I know he was not hurting for money. He could have afforded to rent a fucking suit.
Yeah. I'm just saying, especially if you're trying, as a businessman, you're trying to sell your comics, you're trying to introduce the world,
really, Michael?
to your... You're trying to tell the world about your company, your products, as he would call it. You need to look the part. You look like you care about what you're selling, like that you have passion in it. Because when you go out and you look like that, nobody's going to take you serious. They're like, oh, well, he's the typical nerd looking, whatever, whatever they would say. He doesn't even
look like the typical nerd. He looks like he
was. True.
He looks
but you know what I mean.
Out of a mental hospital.
And it just bothers me. It's the little things like that. You need to look like you give a shit about your business.
If he gave a shit about his business, he would be going on tour. He would be promoting this stuff at cons. And
yes,
like he obviously does not give a shit about this universe. He doesn't. I mean, like, when I do eventually put this out, if it takes off, I would be honored to go to cons or to go to bookstores and libraries and, to do stuff and interact with fans and everything. I would love that shit. I would consider that an honor. I'd be like, y'all like this shit? Like, okay, like, thanks. I appreciate it. But
you take it as a blessing.
I'll give credit where credit is due. Eric did go to San Diego Comic-Con. He did take the time, I think it was to Chicago, because I think that's where these guys are based out of. He went on the Tim Pool stream. He went on another comic stream the same day. He's going to Orlando in February for 4 days for a con. I saw he's on the list for a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday appearance. Some other Rippaverse people, Mike Barron will be there. There's somebody else I saw who had Rippaverse on their credits that's going to be there. So he's going to do that. However, what we can say is, you'll like this reference, Rippaverse goalpost. It's not moving the goalpost. No one gives a fuck. The Tim Pool stream, and I mentioned this on Tony's channel, that day, within 24 hours of going on those two appearances, he got in front of over 300,000 viewers between the Tim Pool stream and the other one. In the days since, his sales have been negligible. It's been kind of right on course where he's been with every other campaign. He went to San Diego Comic-Con, didn't move the needle. He's going to go to this thing in Orlando, not going to move the needle. I know between the ISOM 2 and Alpha Core campaigns, like he did an event in Dallas, and he had people who showed up, like Nerdrotic was there. I dropped by just to see what it was all about, and there was a pretty good turnout from what I saw. But except for his core fan base, nobody gives a shit. In Rippaverse goalpost, going back to, can he read the room? If he could read the fucking room, he wouldn't be, treading water. He would be growing an audience. And he's not. That's the reality of it. He's not. He's got plenty of people. Rippaverse Goalpost, I don't give a shit if his fans are. Go to Nerdrotic. How many times has that motherfucker been on Nerdrotic and his 900,000 plus people who are quote unquote nerds and comic book fanatics? He goes on AZ stream all the time, Silverback, whatever the fuck he calls himself. They don't give a shit. Geeks and Gamers goes on there. They don't give a shit. He has massive audiences that he gets in front of. And his conversion rate, all things considered, is negligible. I'm talking less than 1%. If you want me to run the numbers and post that on Rippaverse Detractors, I'll be glad to do the math for you just so you can cope and see just a little bit harder. Right now, you can look at his numbers from his campaigns, like the whole total purchasers and how people actually buy again. His actual unique buyers for this campaign is maybe 8,000, 8,500 unique people, which is down from about 30 from the first campaign. So again, if you can read the room, that shit's not happening to you. Period.
Well, Chris, let me ask you this. Like, if he went on there, do you think maybe he just didn't sell it very good? Maybe he just didn't perform very well? Because I imagine if going on those platforms and that many viewers, you got to have a good sales pitch, right? Like to get people in those audience that aren't comic book readers to be like, he's for the the parallel economy. He's he stands by how we feel in politics. Let me go check it out. And the fact that he didn't move the needle really surprised me. So do you think maybe it's just the way he didn't
I'll
sell
say
it?
this, and this is my partially educated opinion on that particular matter. Because of how he is, the things that he did, particularly between the ISOM 1 and 2 campaigns, and then again between ISOM 2 and Alpha Core, he alienated an audience. And if you go into the comments on the Tim Pool stream, there's plenty of people who are like, the book is shit. It's crap. And when he put people into different camps, again, if he had never done anything except for focus on the main thing or made the main thing, and that was his comic business, he would be able to go on these platforms, say what he's going to say, and possibly move the needle and sell people on the idea of this is an up-and-coming property, look at this success, check it out, blah, blah, blah. But because of the way he's done his business and the way he's chose to personify himself, he has hit a wall. And it is going to be his core fan base and his core fan base only and his ride or dies that are going to keep this up. And unfortunately, I think for Rippa Goalpost, what he doesn't understand is out of the 8,000, 8,500 unique buyers that he has for this campaign, in my guesstimation, and how I come to that number is based on the title that has the highest number of sales. Like in this particular campaign, it's cover A, because you're going to at least buy the book that's your favorite if you're going to buy the book. No one, I think, is going there to ignore the books and just buy a fucking t-shirt or whatever. So I do that, and I kind of do like a small multiple for a fudge factor to come to that conclusion. But one or two things is going to happen. You look at his campaigns, and it's very heavily merged. And again, to his credit, fantastic. It's very heavy right now on multiple covers. The Saska sisters said Yaira will have 4 covers. It'll be very Alpha Core-esque as far as that goes. So he's selling multiple covers of the same product to an ever-increasingly saturated audience. How much of his merch are they going to possibly keep buying? After a certain time, how many times is he going to get people who will post the fucking tweets? I bought 9 books. I bought every copy and every slabbed copy. How long is that realistically going to continue? And I made a point to say, look around your house. What's your favorite product in your house or your favorite possession? How many times with that particular possession, say it's like a gaming system, PlayStation or whatever, or your favorite CD, your favorite movie, how many times do you go out and buy every single version of that particular consumer product, and then you do it every fucking time a new one comes out? You don't. It's not sustainable. It's never been sustainable. And Eric is not going to buck the trend where fucking ISOM 6 is coming out and everybody's buying 8 fucking copies of that damn book. So you're building your place and doing your business on a house of cards. It's got an expiration date, whether he wants
LG can't afford to buy more than one copy of ISOM.
Yeah. And so you're getting to a point where it's not going to be just affordability, but who's going to want to? Are you going to buy for Rippaverse Goalpost? Just let me know in chat on ISOM number 8 if we're so blessed with that piece of product. If 4 covers are offered,
sorry about that. I threw up in my mouth a little when you said ISOM 8.
If we're blessed with ISOM number 8, and there are 4 covers of ISOM 8, and then you can get every single one of those slabbed and graded, how many of those are you going to buy? Just punch in a number in chat and be honest about it. How many of those are you truly going to buy?
Speaking of LG, real quick, I just want to say, when I do put Mystic of Malo out and it's going on sale and stuff, if you're homeless, please don't buy my fucking comic. Spend it, or my fucking novel. Please spend it on something that's actually going to get you off the streets, please.
I'm sure you can figure out a way to take EBT and you'll be fine.
What the fuck? I don't want to deal with the shame of having to do that.
You're going to buy 2 copies of that, okay? Let's say Eric stays on trend and charges $28 a book like he is right now. Keep in mind that the figures that he's pumping out for this campaign also include tax and shipping. Tax and shipping on any given order is going to be roughly 12 to 15% of the total figure. So take 12 to 15% off of this $1.2 million total, and where are you at? Minus 120,000. So, or any particular item. So he's got $28, $48, okay. The average purchase price for this campaign right now is about $80-something, if I'm not mistaken. I can pull up the records because you know I keep receipts, buddy. I'm gonna do this just for you. The average purchase price right now for this campaign is $97.28. If you and everybody, how do you know if it's including the tax and price? Buddy, I got information that you can't even believe. I know all, I see all, I hear all. And if you want receipts, oh, you know I'll bring them. But trust me on this, it includes the taxes and the shipping. So, but right now, all things being equal, $97.28. And say you buy 2 copies, that's $48. You tack on, say, just 10% for easy numbers, and we'll round this up. Shipping and taxes puts it at, say, $58. $58 is about $40 less than the current average price. And if everybody's on the same train of thought as Rippaverse Goalpost, that you're going to buy 2 copies of that book, he better sell a shit ton of fucking books. Because at that point, it's ISOM number 8. How many fucking Rippaverse t-shirts do you need in your closet? How many hoodies? How many posters do you need hanging on your wall and all this shit? That merch count is going to go way down. Just like with this Yaira campaign, one thing that I am very interested in is he's already sold Yaira shirts and Yaira posters. And I've got receipts back from December 4th on how many of those he was sitting on at the time. Hundreds of these posters, hundreds of these shirts. And the Yaira shirt right now you can get for $8 fucking. So what kind of new merch are you going to spit out for this campaign that's going to help prop that number up when you can? I've already gotten a Yaira shirt for $8 and a Yaira poster. What's that going to do to his campaign figures for the merch sales when he can't do that this time around? What's it going to do when he's not selling all of these different covers, which is about 55 to 60% of total revenue? Merch is about 40. That's still a very healthy split. And to his credit, fantastic job on doing that, even though he's a complete dumbass and doesn't know merchandising to save his fucking life, or he wouldn't be sitting on a warehouse. Reverse Goalpost, you'll love this. By my calculations, real numbers, he is sitting on enough comics. If you stack those motherfuckers one on top of each other, it would be taller than a 50 fucking story building. That's how much merch this is sitting on. And that doesn't even include the Alpha Core books that aren't sold. This is just ISOM 1 and ISOM 2 books. So that house keeps growing. So how are you going to sustain with the overhead that you've got when your average order sales start going into the absolute fucking toilet? And unless he grows that audience by leaps and bounds, he is going to be insolvent within 2 to 3 years without either a lot of assistance or going out and finding an audience that just doesn't exist now and finding it in mass numbers.
Which, to be fair,
the fact that there are a lot of people who come to our shows are former fans of Eric July should scare you, Ripple Goalpost.
which will, to be fair, he does have Glenn Beck, so that might be where the assistance comes from.
Well, when Glenn Beck finds out about the Saska sisters, maybe he won't have them anymore either. Who the fuck knows?
Good
Eric,
luck.
he's going to be like, Eric, you got to get off the ranch. You got to get off the ranch, Eric.
Alpha Core, Yaira, Goody, etc. will maintain anticipation in the fan interest. There's the numbers.
People already inside of Eric's circle.
River Goalpost, the numbers do not support it. He talked up Chuck Dixon, the legendary Chuck Dixon, the Chuck Dixon that brought you fucking Bane in the Nightfall series. Oh my gosh. The Yaira sisters who put out a 5-book series of the Black Widow, which again I read, and I'm on the record saying it's a pretty fucking good series. But if you go and read my article, there's a lot of interesting things that these folks have done. Gooding, I actually listened to the Eric July Mike Barron interview he had earlier today. And Mike Barron, I mean, I don't know much about him, but it sounds like he's going to try to write a good story, but it's a fucking mechanic or something. Who gives a shit? So you've got these names that he's bringing in. That
it's basically the Vault Boy from Fallout.
And let me ask you something, Ripper Goalpost. Do you think the fucking Saska fan base, whatever fan base they have, is going to come and support somebody like Eric July, who's on the record saying the shit that he said? And these are the people, keep in mind, Ripper Goalpost, who brought us the great and respectable titles of A Dead Hooker in a Trunk and When Nymphos Attack. Okay. These are the fans you think are coming to the fucking Rippaverse?
Oh.
It's all there. Dude, I've documented this well. I've
Rippaverse
done my research.
Goalpost.
I don't bring anything speculative. I don't give my opinions. I don't give a shit about the fucking book, the art. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. I care about the numbers in the business, and it's all there. And I even looked it up because it's what I do, what it is. The Black Widow book, and this is just, I got the numbers. I went and researched them. This was just the comic shops, not to customers. And Eric was really, really big on, well, selling to comic shops ain't the same as selling directly to customers. You know exactly where the customers are going because they order, not necessarily to comic shops. When Black Widow 1 came out, 2 comic shops, 33,853 units for issue 1. Number 59 in units sold in the month of January 2019 and number 51 in dollars earned. By the end of that series, issue 5, or from issue 1 to 2, that dropped off by half, 17,583. By the issue 5, 18,294. So, respectable numbers. And it started off at 59. The rest of the books were in the bot were, 100, 127, 132, and 120. That's not a huge audience you're bringing. The dead hookers in a trunk audience, the kill crazy nympho attacks audience, they're not fucking coming, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. They're not fucking coming, especially when those books, for the Marvel books, were $3.99. You think the people are going to be like, oh shit, I want to see the Saska sisters. Well, that shit was $3.99. This motherfucker's almost 10 times as much as that. Fuck you. They ain't coming. Kill Crazy Nymphos, 613 backers, $50,540 raised. 613 backers for the people who wrote the kick-ass Black Widow series, the Secret War Journals #5 for Marvel. Dude, be real. These are the numbers. I don't make this shit up. This is what it is. It is what it is. What it is.
Rippaverse goalposts. You say fans like the books. Okay. Let me ask you something. The people that claim to be Eric's allies, I'm talking about Geeks and Gamer, FNT, I've never heard them talk about the actual story. I've never heard them talk about the characters. They talk about the paper quality. They talk about Eric himself. They talk about, the movement and the idea of what Eric's trying to do. But I'll give you an example. Right now on my television, I have another stream going on in the background. These guys are doing a One Piece stream. They're talking about the top 30 strongest characters in One Piece.
Always dual streaming.
Right. Hey, Extra Hero. You win. Okay, good. Good. We got you in.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
So, so listen, there are communities built around these series, these franchises, okay? And hold up, Chris is whoa. Damn, this is what they made? This looks like porn.
I'm a goalpost. I bring this up for a very particular reason. Because the Rippaverse core audience is going to love this shit.
Hell yeah.
And and obviously you can see this is from my article, Let's Talk Yaira and the Saska Sisters, because I bring the receipts every fucking time. I bring the receipts. And you think the people who are the Saska's fan base who like this Deadpool gets beat up because he referred to somebody by a different set of pronouns and then got beat up by a bouncer who's a trans activist is going to come over to the fucking Rippaverse? Dude.
Look at me like, nah.
I can keep scrolling for you, buddy.
Here
I
we
got
go.
more.
Yeah, look at
Oh
that.
my God.
Do you think they're going to come for this
Body
shit?
positivity.
Transgender is a gender. My pansexuality just took a hard gay turn. She is perf. I still have Catwoman posters on my bedroom wall. And then the fucking
Oh my God.
two post.
Me too. Look at that.
The mental
Wow.
gymnastics that I am looking forward to.
Yo, what kind of rabbit hole did I
fan
go
base.
down? Holy shit.
The Rippaverse fan base and the mental gymnastics that I am so looking forward to seeing from you and from others is just going to be worth the price of this book. I will buy every fucking cover of this book if it delivers in the way I think it will. Just because I've got to have a piece of that history. I've got to have a piece of the history where the Rippaverse goes off the fucking cliff. Because if
Amen.
this is good, whether you want to believe it or not, this is going to happen. The Eric July
Oh my
has
God.
always introduced these
This is
ladies
what they do.
as the Black Widow authors. He's never gone into all this shit. Ever. He's not going to go into all this shit. So it is up to me and my journalistic integrity to bring this to the masses. Rippaverse's woke Twitter account is my spirit animal in this quest. I'm so excited. Our politics in the book, this isn't politics. What is political about trans activism? They're not sitting there trying to change. They're not going after Deadpool because he's trying to introduce legislation. That's not. And let me ask you something, Goalpost. You've got women who have made a career out of putting out grindhouse, cringy ass shit like Kill Crazy Nymphos and Dead Hooker in a Trunk.
Feminist.
and all this shit, do you think Eric July is going to keep them on a leash by not letting them do the style that they want to do, and how hard that's going to clash with his very PG, barely pushing PG-13 comics? I don't know. We'll see.
Chris,
and if they don't,
let me ask you this. Eric teaming up with the Soska sisters. Is this an example of Eric growing his stable?
No. No, I don't believe it is.
So the Soska sisters are now my favorite part of Rippaverse, because it's just another example of how ill-conceived this whole thing is. It's incredible.
You can't make this up.
It's like, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Some
No, I actually hear he's about to lose his fucking mind. It's hilarious.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but some of them pictures looks like something you see in an Epstein file. Like that is some.
Hey, do we know if Eric or Glenn Beck is on that list? By the way,
or the sisters?
The sister's more likely. The sister's more likely. I'm not going to
like that is some horrific shit. Good God Almighty!
So didn't get into
that really does look like some kind of.
They also want to protect trans kids.
I mean, it really looks like some kind of BDSM porn. That's what it looks like.
But Rippaverse, how do you see these two ladies with their very particular style coming into the Rippaverse? Because that is something I am anxiously awaiting. And obviously, I understand that Eric is probably paying them well, as he should. Everybody deserves, equal pay for equal work and all that shit.
Well, you dirty.
But if they're going to be put on a leash, and they're not going to be able to write to the style that they've become accustomed to and got famous off of, what do you think that's going to do to the quality of this book? On the flip side, if they do have complete carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want, and Yaira comes out snapping spines, beating bitches, and doing all sorts of outlandish shit, how is that possibly going to ever integrate into that universe, especially with these ladies being the lore masters of the Rippaverse? How is this going to work? All I can see...
The horror masters.
All I can see is the grand spectacle and explosion. It'll be like the fucking Death Star taking out Princess Leia's planet, whatever the fuck the name of that planet was.
Alderaan.
Whatever. It's going to be awesome. And I mean, I just can't wait. I can't wait to watch your mental gymnastics. I can't wait to watch Sturgis. I can't wait to watch LG, Taze. I mean, the usual suspects of the who's who of the Rippaverse fandom, to watch them do this. And the silent majority, and I say the silent majority because most of the people who are buying this shit are not the ones on Twitter and YouTube talking about it. What the fuck are they going to think when they see this shit? Ooh, I'm a right-leaning person. The last thing I want to do is support a trans activist. And again, I want to be on the record about this. Their social views, because I haven't commented, I don't know what their political views are, but their social views are clear. I don't give a shit about their social views. They're in Canada. Anything that they're doing, even politically, is not affecting me in any way, shape, or form. So I have no beef with the sauce because I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Some people have said are supporters of the trans kids and all that stuff. And if that is, that's pretty sick and fucked up. But you know what adults do with their time, I don't care. But what is this going to do to this universe, and how in the fuck did Eric overlook this? From just a business and objective standpoint, I am on the record saying this. These people are on the record saying this. I'm not only going to bring them in, but I'm going to bring them in to fucking be in charge of the continuity of the Rippaverse. It's like Christmas came early, and I just can't fucking wait. I just can't. That's all I'm going to say about that. But my enthusiasm.
Let's be real. He met them at a BDSM club.
That's canon.
They
Might as well. The way
they
Jesus Christ.
they strong-armed him.
How are these the first people that could cross his mind to run a comic book? That's what I want to know.
But Rippaverse Goalpost, I didn't say I'm assuming they're unwilling to compromise. I said they could. I said they might not. You can even read my article where I'm clearly on the record and written form saying that. What I am saying is something's got to give one way or the other, and it's going to be glorious to see how it plays out. That's all I'm going to say, and that's all that needs to be said. Obviously, I can't anticipate. I haven't seen the book. I haven't read the book. No one's talked about it, but it's going to be glorious because I honestly feel after reading Black Widow, these women are talented writers. They can put together a great story. And whatever your feelings about them are, Black Widow could definitely be seen as something that would appeal to a right-wing audience. They take out a ring of fucking child torturers and exploiters. Who wouldn't get behind that they're knocking off these people and, killing them and fucking them up and all that stuff. But how is that style going to fit into the Rippaverse, that grindhouse, gore, ultra-violent type thing, even if it is a good thing? Again, it's Flores Park. Maybe Yaira finds out about a group of XFs. Maybe Darren's running a fucking child porn ring. Who the fuck knows? And she takes him out and his little XF buddies in wonderful and glorious ways. But what's that going to do? So it'll be interesting, and it'll be interesting to see the fan reaction. That's all.
Darren, Darren is running a child porn ring, when will the disrespect stop? The second book out, you had him punched, and now you make him a predator.
Well, Darren says he's made money legally and illegally, so I guess anything.
Oh,
Darren is being taken down by everyone except Isom.
Hey guys, I'm going to hop off on here. I gotta. Oh my gosh, hero! So good seeing you, by the way.
You too,
James. I'm gonna have to get off here. I gotta get up in the morning. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, Chris. It's a pleasure to meet you. And
absolutely,
you had a lot of great things to say, and thank you for teaching me something new. And I'm learning something new every time I come on these streams. So thank you guys so much.
No problem, Katie. You are always welcomed here.
Fan fiction,
Deadpool,
transgender comics.
Oh, all right, guys. Thank you so much, Chris. Have a great night. Hero, see you later. TJ, it's good to see you. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Take care, Katie.
See ya. Chris,
Okay,
you are
bye.
right. I think you might be right about most of the Rippaverse audience being turned off by the Soska sisters, but you are not right about LG being turned off. Like, have you seen what he's into? Like, he'll be like a pig in shit with this.
But he can't afford the book, so what he's into doesn't matter. And those are his own words. Again, I'm not disparaging the economically downtrodden, but he said he couldn't afford to buy the Isom or the Alpha Core books. So I'm just repeating his own statements.
So Rippaverse,
but now he did say that to me, but then he also went out of his way to explain that now he does make a lot of money. So,
well, he might be that guy buying 9 copies. Who the fuck knows?
So Rippaverse Goalpost, you talk about how fans like the books. Yes, the fans literally like the quality of what the books are made out of. They like the materials because that's all they fucking talk about. Okay, where is the community? It's like I was saying, I'm watching this One Piece stream on the TV where they're doing like this top 30 ranking video of the characters. Where is that for Isom?
He'll say it's too early. 3 books fucking in.
I mean, where's the fucking theory videos? Like, there's entire communities around, different series like One Piece, like Harry Potter, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, whatever it is. Where's that for Isom? There's nothing there. It's all about Eric. It's all about the business. I mean, that's
business. It's all about what Nick said, what EVS said, what Vito said, nothing else. That's all the content they ever watch.
There are theory videos. There's us theorizing why he would keep making these fucking stupid decisions over and over.
You know what? You're right. I'm wrong. You got it. You got it.
That's
Okay.
real lore. That's where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, like, I pulled up my former home, the Rippaverse Reddit, and what's the top of the fold for, fan discussion? The top of the fold, Legend Mike Barron, Florida Man versus Hogzilla closeout. Gooding the polymath. Okay, that sort of has something to do with it. What's the next thing? Should Rippaverse expand to floppies? Why am I thinking Steamboat Willie will become a villain in the upcoming book? We think in Yaira in January or February. Cost of shipping seems a little excessive. And then a picture of my graded #1 graded Hall of Alpha Core. Have any big writers or artists currently in comic industries talk about Isomer Alpha Core? To JJ's point, not one of these motherfuckers is talking about the goddamn book, the characters, fan theory, any of that shit. No one gives a fuck. It's just, I got my signed covers. They're nice. Look at the quality of this book. Another reason to love Fridays. I'm holding up a fucking copy of the book. Great news. Lawsuit sold. Any updates on the ministry lawsuit filing? The detectives in Alpha Core. It's just some fucking picture. An ADHD ad. It's probably by design, to be quite honest with this one.
Dude,
the ads have gotten too good.
Look, donated Isom 2 and Alpha Core to a local library. I mean, they didn't even want the shit, so they wanted to fuck up some kids by donating it to a fucking library. So no one's talking about this shit.
The patrons were like, "No, free is too much. I can't pay free for this."
You can't even go to the fucking Eric D. July website. Let's even do that for shits and giggles. When I was last there, the only thing on a daily fucking basis was Andrew putting up something about the fucking daily poll or something like that. There is no interest in the story from the fucking fans. No one gives a shit. And how are you supposed to build a fan base when no one gives a shit?
Dude, listen, if I put out the Mystic of Malo and people are talking about that type of shit and they're not talking about the characters, they're not talking about the story, I'm going to get on here and be like, guys, you're talking about the wrong fucking thing. Like,
if I made the book like that, I would just cancel it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even do a sequel. I'd just be like, okay, well, this was
something new.
This was a fucking disaster.
Do y'all remember the Roald Dahl story or the movie Matilda?
I do.
If Matilda would have went to that library and saw Isom,
Matilda,
it would have destroyed her immediately. She would not have become a reader. She would have become a villain. This is ridiculous.
Okay, real quick.
Look,
go into the Eric D. July website. You go to the discussion forum, general discussion on his own fucking website, top left-hand corner, Rippaverse members. The last thing that was posted, daily poll, 763, keep in mind, 0 replies. Daily poll 762, 0 replies. Daily poll 761, 0 replies. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, all through the first fucking page of all of this shit. All it is just daily fucking polls. No one's putting anything about a new discussion. No one gives a fuck. His own fans don't care. And Sheep City, and I guess is the one posting this shit from what I can tell from this icon. No one fucking cares.
The Saska sisters don't even care. You could have had 2 comments right there.
I mean, again, this isn't hyperbole goalpost. This is just the fucking facts. There's no embellishment here. You can go and look at all of this stuff yourself. My fucking Rippaverse detractors might have 33 join, but it gets hundreds of engagements a day. I get more shit and looks on my article that I wrote 2 days ago than the fucking Rippaverse official Reddit is going to get this fucking month. How fucking sad is that? I mean, really, that's fucked up.
Dude,
and I mean, because of my fucking kicked off the Rippaverse and me posting about it, I've gotten like so much more Twitter interaction too. I mean, why is that? I don't want that shit. You're not going to come on. I'll come on JJ's stream. I'll come on Tony's stream because they're good people and they're fun to talk with and they're cool. But I'm not going to do this shit. I'm not going to stream. I don't want to be monetized. I have no interest in that. I have to retain my journalistic integrity. But these are just the facts. And how did they get that way? Because Eric July acts like a fucking petulant child, and it has a lot to do with it. And these people are buying these books, and none of these posts, none of these Reddit things are people cracking open the book and talking about how great it was. They don't get past the fucking cover. Period.
Dude, my shit has gotten more legit engagement just from Chris Bacon theorizing who Theo's going to put his dick into than Eric's universe has ever gotten from people. I mean, my shit's not even close to finish. I mean, that's fucking wild.
So I remember earlier Rippaverse Gold post saying that, well, maybe Tim Pool's audience doesn't care about comics, and Fox News' audience cares about comics. Like the Blaze, like who? Eric July's audience doesn't care about comics.
They don't care about comics. They care about the token black man that they thought was going to be able to stick it to the wokies. That's what they care about.
Oh, Rippaverse Goalpost. Every single time you make a comment,
Oh God!
my troll just grows and grows and grows. And it's like you can read my mind. It's like you read all of my stuff and then spit it out just so I can spite you. I really appreciate this.
Veto is the second review that comes out if you read.
Straw man argument. Tons of Alpha Core reviews.
Veto of all the people.
If you ignore the videos, oh, I got something for you.
And then Geek Getaway.
Oh, this is.
So here we go again. This was one of my personal favorites. I really enjoyed this particular review. And when this does pull up on screen and you're able to see it, I want you to take this in because this is a review that Eric July reposted my review of ISOM 2. Let me read this to you because it needs to be heard.
If I go
Our review of ISOM 2,
again.
an expansion of the character universe. New and interesting characters, some backstory. There's more going on than personal circumstances, possibly motivating ISOM's involvement and return to hero's journey. Score 8.5 out of 10.
That sounds like it was fucking written by AI.
And this was so impressive to Eric that he reposted this. Okay. So when I
shared Alpha Corion really sounds like a better name. It sounds like something out of sci-fi.
So when I see these sorts of things, I just laugh. And I can't take it seriously. And when I see these types of comments from you, when you see the videos, and I've seen the videos, and no one's breaking this shit down. Hey, man, did you really? I mean, okay. How to write a review for Alpha Core like a gentleman. I read Alpha Core. I really like the fact that Braxwell is a fucking idiot and only says 2 words in the entire book. Why are they keeping a black man down like that? That's just fucking rude. I also like how the white guy is kind of like a Superman guy, but not really. And he's kind of like a narcissistic, he got a narcissistic hero complex. What the fuck is wrong with that? And the lady who was, they sent a SWAT team to arrest her because she stole from a dollar store. What kind of dystopian shit is that? I thought Flores Park was supposed to be this affluent place, and they're finding this lady and her tweaker, electrical boyfriend in a fucking rundown motel in this affluent neighborhood. What the fuck is up with that? But I did like it. This Ingrid Alvarez lady, or whatever the fuck her name is, she seems like she's really nice. She ran into this cab driver or taxi driver or this other cop guy, I can't remember, who has the power of magnetism and saves the day. What a great book.
Wilkins, the driver.
And I really liked it when Braxwell was listening to G-Thing by, Dr. Dre. That was amazing. I'm glad Chuck Dixon and his white ass had the insight to add that little tidbit in. It shows that he's really connecting with his audience. I would have liked that better than the fucking shit I just read to you. And that would have been a real review. A real review. There's no fan interest.
So it's really
none.
It's really unfortunate that Alpha Corion sounds like the name of a black man would name his son if you named him after Alpha Core. Alpha Corion. I grew up with a lot of names like that. I guess we just broke the news on Eric's son's name. Son with one of the Saska sisters.
Yeah, I was about to say one of the Saska's kids. Yeah.
Alpha Corion. You'll have to guess what the other one's named, but
Ripper Goalpost. I'm sorry. I gotta. The Lord has blessed me today, truly. I refreshed my Twitter page after sharing this, and what is top of the fucking fold? Rippaverse Goalpost 9 hours ago. One common bogus claim by detractors is the pre-order campaign goal of 300K is fake. The real goal is much higher to produce. Ship Alpha Core because Eric July is overspending, so 300K creates the illusion of greater success. 400% of sales goal. Oh my God, dude. It's like you and I are just on the same wavelength tonight. And I'm so appreciative of your presence so I can continually beat the shit out of you about this stuff because it's just so much fun. 300K was also the goal for ISOM number 2. When he ordered how many copies of these books? Okay, I got those numbers too because of course I do. He ordered 12,000 of cover A, 11,000 of cover B, 5,000 of cover C, and 10,000 for cover D. You don't print out that many books and are sitting on as much merch as he is if your campaign goal is only $300,000. That's just on the cost and the production and the shipping and the handling of just those books, not counting any payroll, not counting anything else. And you sure as shit don't have the exact same fucking goal on a campaign where you ordered the exact same amount of fucking books that you did for ISOM number 2. No sane person in their right fucking mind would do that. So there's your economics lesson for today. And again, why you have been completely had by Eric July. And because you have the mind of a goldfish, but I'm here to help you. I want you to believe that. I want you to know that I am here for you and that you can bring any of these things to my attention, or Jesus, Twitter Jesus, will bring it to my attention so that we can properly guide you on real facts and real information and not hyperbole and not speculation, but real grounded numbers and economic principles. So I hope you have gotten enough of that for today. But if you have any more, or if the Lord leads me to more of your information, I'll be glad to share that with you because I'm here to help. A national treasure like you needs to be respected and revered and educated. And I'm here to do all of these things because I'm here for you. And I want you to believe that.
See, the only reason why you use it,
Amen and amen.
is because we know you will end up a lol cow, just like your friend Sturgis. I've seen your pattern of behavior. I've seen the way you type. I've seen the way you do things. You're both on a similar level. There's a huge risk if you reveal yourself that everybody will clown you to death, just like Sturgis. It is what it is.
What it is.
Yeah, this dude, man, I tell you what, I like the aneurysm I almost got from some of this stuff from Rippaverse Goalposts. This, it terrifies me.
It's amazing. Already he's making mental gymnastics. The book hasn't come out yet.
I mean, it just amazes me. It actually, no, it terrifies me that human beings like this actually exist. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's a sad fucking statement on humanity.
And listen, and the sad part is, it's like arguing with children. That's what I realized. See, like a parakeet, Yaira 3.5 million. So it's like a child.
Rippaverse. Fuck
That's why you're a
off.
lol cow.
Yo.
Again, all of you are fucking lol cows. It's amazing.
Yaira is not making 3.5 million. Listen, Yaira has boobs, all right? So she'll probably do better than Alpha Core, but she's not making 3.5 million. Jesus.
Every time he breaks down, he ends up repeating an old talking point.
Ingrid
because
Valdez
there's
is
some
like,
mental
fuck you,
deficiency.
Jesker. I have boobs.
That's why you use an
You
AI.
forgot about
voice.
the main woman
I
of
know,
Alpha Core?
I know Rippaverse.
Oh,
Goalpost.
you mean
I know, that's
the
why you don't reveal
knockoff
yourself
of
on
General
camera.
Todd's girl?
Yeah.
Literally, that whole team is just a knockoff.
Is she
of
not
Zod.
woman enough for Rippaverse fans?
Listen, I've seen how these people treat women, so I kind of feel bad for her.
Right? Sturgis always shilling the body pillows in every video.
Maybe the Soska sisters should have written the Alpha Core because they got the woman with the whips and stuff.
Right?
Ooh,
This is a miscalculation on Eric's
I'll
part
definitely
again.
More of their speed. Yeah. Sure.
She would have gotten a lot more creative with those whips.
Goes BDSM on everybody.
But no, if anybody knows like a legit community that's like out there posting theories and actually legitimately talking about the story of ISOM, please, God, point it out to me. I want to see it. I'm begging you, show it to me. I
Ripa
want to
Goalpost
see
is
it.
saying the reviews on YouTube, but they're all just a bunch of two viewer nobodies. Not that I'm complaining. We're kind of two viewer nobodies, but we'll get there. Who are just saying the paper is good. Other than Vito, other than JDA, other than Mike Partika, other than Tony. That's about it.
No, you're two viewer somebodies.
No, listen, but the thing is though, look at how much support Eric has on his channel and stuff. Look at his following. When he came out with this, like there should have been communities popping up immediately, but there's not. And that just shows you his followers don't really give a shit. They don't care about the story. I mean, if I had 500, what's his YouTube channel at 500,000 or whatever at this point? If I had that many people, I guarantee you, when I came out with this book, there would be communities popping up just based on that alone. But we don't see that happening with the Rippaverse.
Y'all want to entertain a crazy thought right quick? You know how
Sure.
there's been those since we need some Rippaverse theories going on. You know, there's been that constant theory that Rippaverse Goalpost is actually just a troll and he doesn't really care about Eric July or anything like that. If I was a troll, I would pull the shit that he just did and I post online saying Eric July set the goal for 300,000 in order to
Yeah, it's
in order to
crazy.
make it seem like he
Goalpost
did some
exists
shit.
just to make Eric July look bad.
Yeah,
the crazy
but
part.
and all he had to do was say, but this is what the detractors are saying. It's not me. I don't
meant
think
Sturgis.
this is shiesty bullshit. The detractors do.
I'm very tempted to
Nah,
say
he
that him
couldn't
and
be an
Sturgis
idiot.
are the same person, but I have no evidence. But they're too similar anyway in behavior, so that's good enough. They don't really need to be the same person.
I don't think he's Sturgis. Sturgis loves Eric more. I can sense it.
Oh man, listen, Chris theorizing about Theo's future prospects as a mystic pimp is more
That's
legitimate. Is more legitimate theorizing than and again, the shit's not even close to finished. Is more legitimate theorizing than anything people have actually given the story of ISOM. I mean, it's fucking wild.
And River Goalpost, back when I was in the fold and had bought ISOM enthusiastically to support the guy down the street, and I got ISOM one. I'm going to speak real with you for just a second. I read the book, and I'm a casual guy. Very, very normie. I didn't look at the fucking art. I didn't give a shit about that. I didn't bust up the writing. I didn't give a shit about that. I just kind of skimmed through the story, and my favorite character was Darren Fontaine. Oh, Fontaine, whatever the hell his name is. And I really liked the guy. I was thinking, man, this guy could be really the center of the universe. Here's the guy who is the flawed hero, where Isom is just the violent sociopathic thug with real problems. And, you know, how Isom just went into Club Merc and was just fucking shit up, just being disrespectful and rude. And, you know, Darren expanded the olive branch, or extended the olive branch, offered him a job, you know, was really, really good. And I even wrote a nice little review and write up on, you know, the Rippaverse Reddit thing that got, you know, a lot of good responses, like, hey, this is kind of my fan theory of how this goes and what I thought was going to happen. Darren, the flawed hero, and Isom, the violent sociopathic moron. And I really was into it. And then, like, for example, Isom 2 came out, and I'm looking at this book and I'm like, where's my man Darren? There's hardly interaction. Where's Jasmine? What the fuck is he riding off into the woods to find some blood rouge lady? And what the fuck are these hell monkeys? I mean, how do you do that?
It's
casual
so
fan.
fucking disconnected.
He drives a truck to a castle.
Again, I'm a casual fan.
And the hell is right next to Bloodroot's castle. That's the funny part.
And again,
Chris, I feel so sorry for
fan
you
reading this shit.
because you're a fan of Darren, but you don't know what the Soska sisters are about to do to him.
Oh,
Darren, my boy.
Oh God.
He's not gonna be a boy for much longer.
Yeah.
If we can get Darren back in Isom 3 and get that man front and center where he belongs, because he's the real action in Isom, I will come back and embrace Isom with open arms, as long as Darren puts Isom away in the fucking loony bin where he belongs, and the arc ends, the story ends, and Darren is running fucking Flores Park. If that shit happens, sign me up, put me on the fucking pull list forever. I'm pre-ordering that shit until 2050, as long as Darren gets the place that he deserves. So
get ready
you
to
do
be
that for me. You make this happen, and I will buy every fucking cover, every graded copy.
Animation trailer doesn't mean shit. People will just watch it for the animation. Like, come on.
So
people watch the animated trailer because
up and said, "Oh, look, it's a cartoon." Come on. People
watch the animated trailer because they can't be bothered to read a synopsis. They're like, I'm not that interested. Put some
they can't fucking read at all.
Watch it.
So Rippaverse Goalpost, get on the phone, get on the tweeter, get Eric to put Darren back in the place of honor that he belongs, and get me back on board. You do that for me, Rippaverse Detractors goes away. I will sing his praises. I will march up and down the streets of the Greyhawk neighborhood in Frisco, Texas, chanting the name of Eric July, the conqueror of comics, and I will forever be a fan. If you can get Darren back where he belongs. Oh, and while I was thinking about it, I took the time to join the fucking Rippaverse Gilded. People are very excited about this Rippaverse Goalpost. I'm sure you're an active member of the Gilded Rippaverse page, because nothing has been posted since fucking December 26th. And you want to know what that note was in December 26th? Welcome at Creative Welshman.
Wow.
That was it.
Wow.
So Reddit, no one gives a shit. YouTube, no one gives a shit. Twitter, no one gives a shit. EricDJuly.com, no one gives a shit. And the fucking Rippaverse Gilded, no one gives a shit. Not my opinion. These are the facts. It's sad. It hurts my soul. But it is what it is, man. But you get Darren back on board, I can bring the fans back to the Rippaverse. You get Darren back where he needs to be, I will make it my personal mission to bring as many detractors back to the Rippaverse as possible. I will shill for you. I will retweet all your shit and say I agree 100% if you, because there's a lot of speculation that you are, in fact, Lady Ripa, if you can do this, I will help you right the ship. Just do this one thing for me. Get my favorite character of the Ripaverse back front and center where he belongs. Ditch fucking Avery Silman because he's a dumbass and a fucking psychopath. Let's get the real hero front and center because you might have or might not have an agreement with the Good Shepherd Ministry to not use this anymore. Let's get Darren Fontaine on the fucking cover and let's get this ship going where it needs to be. And
I'm sorry, you're gonna be disappointed. Michael's right. Darren is going to be Danielle pretty soon.
No, Ripaverse Goalpost can make this happen. If anybody can, it's Ripaverse Goalpost. And
wait, your theory is that Ripaverse Goalpost is Lady July, but earlier
no, that's not my theory, but it has been floated around in the Detractorverse that Ripaverse Goalpost, because you notice they're never confrontational. Yeah, I did read ISOM 2. You bet I did. I read Alpha Core 2. I never talk about things that I don't read. Just like I didn't make my Yaira comments before I read that Black Widow series. You can always know and trust that I will bring my integrity to everything that I do. Nothing is off the cuff.
A few minutes ago, we were speculating on whether or not Sturgis could be Ripaverse Goalpost. And I was like, no, Sturgis seems to love Eric July more than Ripaverse Goalpost. Now bringing in the fact that Ripaverse Goalpost might actually be Eric July's wife, this is really fucked up. Because this means Sturgis loves Eric
I'm not the originator
more than his wife does.
I'm certainly not the originator of that thought. And the reason behind that is Ripaverse Goalpost is a massive shill, but you'll notice they're never angry. They're never coming across as confrontational. They make their points as ill-founded as they may be and as dumb as they may be, but they never attack anybody. They never go and take shots at anybody. They just make their uneducated, unfounded points and move on. So I think that's where that comes from. That Ripaverse Goalpost is kind of the yin to Eric July's yang.
Amen.
I think if you're looking for the yin to his yang, you need to look no further than Andrew, not his wife.
Well, it could be true. Terminally online as Eric is, maybe that's why they get along.
I like to imagine that his wife is smart enough to not get involved in any of this. Also, if it was his wife, Ripaverse Goalpost would be angrier.
Oh no, they're angry. They're angry, but you just don't see it.
Okay.
You see the rage typing.
He just seems to be making stupid points.
Well, that goes back to the IQ problem, right?
Yeah.
They're just parakeets. Both Ripa Goalpost and Eric July. We've seen it, unfortunately.
A black woman being this lame.
So Maki's telling me Eric's life is better in video games than Eric.
Yo, I just want to go back to something I said earlier. This shit is so fucking depressing. I mean, as somebody that really wanted Eric to succeed, listen, man, my brother and his wife are about to have a little boy, right? And I'm thinking to myself, do you know how cool it would be if this shit was actually good and I could like go out and get him an ISOM action figure or get my niece
onesie.
Or get my nieces like a Yaira action figure or something. Like this shit would be cool. It'd be awesome. But I mean, and especially from what we saw of the like Soska sisters and their history, right?
The only proper success story we have is EVS and Cyberfrog.
Yeah, and listen, from what I saw the Soska sisters tonight, and now they're involved in all this shit, I don't want any of this crap anywhere near a child. Holy fuck.
All right.
Wait. You can absolutely buy that baby Ripaverse stuff. They don't know what quality is yet. This is the only time you can buy it for them. After that, it'll be an insult.
Oh, look at that.
You don't want the action figures either. God, I'm bringing you guys down. I know I am. But this
Oh
was
my
also
goodness! Look at this.
this was
dollar
also
store.
reposted by Eric July.
Oh,
Some fan-made action figures. And over on the left, we've got Trailer Park Yaira.
Oh,
I mean, she looks like she's been rode hard and put out wet. She's been through the ringer. And on the right, we've got What the Fuck Isom. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, this was concept, I guess, by some fan who put this together. But I'm sure Eric took screenshots and has got some guy in Brazil making this shit right now. And this is what's going to come out.
God, this
Robot
looks like those
Chicken has really gone downhill.
This looks like those old pirated Dragon Ball Z action figures. Ew.
So no, you don't want action figures either. I'm sorry. I'm just like raining on y'all's parade so hard. Rip a goalpost again. I'm so sorry. If you're still here, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help. And about the action figures, these are the only ones I know in existence, and I'm sorry.
Katie asks, is Alpha Core better than ISOM?
The writing, yeah. The art, unfortunately, no.
I would say yes, but it doesn't feel like it's connected to that larger universe at all.
Yeah, that's another point. You could easily imagine Alpha Core being its own universe because there's no mention of any character in ISOM. There's no Gooding, there's no Bloodruth.
My answer to that question is a different writer wrote it. That's it. Is it good? Is it good? Is it better? A different writer wrote it.
Yo, Rippaverse goalpost. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
eBay.
Oh, dude, Rippaverse goalpost. I love that you keep doing that.
Oh,
Because yours truly is on the record, and it is documented, that when ISOM came out, I purchased the I Want It All package for $475. And it's not by chance, but divine intervention that I happen to be in Denver, Colorado right now, where I sold my I Want It All package to a person in Denver, Colorado for $1,500. So I agree with you 100%.
oh shit.
The aftermarket was booming when I was making money hand over fist on Rippaverse products. Hand over fist. So yeah, I have been a beneficiary of that. And I've still got every cover of that fucking book, and I will monetize it when the time is right. And like I said, when Yaira becomes, the linchpin in a fucking 30 for 30 special on the downfall of the Rippaverse and ends up on Tucker Carlson or some shit, I'm going to have every fucking copy signed, graded, and slabbed to shill all over eBay when that shit comes to light. So you're right. The aftermarket was booming. I have personally benefited very richly from that. After I did that, I went out and bought 2 swords with that money. I was so excited. And they're hanging on my fucking wall right now at home. So, yeah, I totally agree with that 100%. I've personally been a beneficiary of that. I've got the receipts. I'm on record, and I am very proud of that. 100%.
There's only one reason why I'd buy these comic books. It's because when I saw Sweaty Sides back in the Geek Getaway show off Christian comic book that's signed, I said I want to have a comic book like that, just to show off to people. Something that's, something generated by an internet lolcow. It would be amazing to have something like that. That's where the value is.
And Rippaverse goalpost, it's getting worse. And now, thanks to the efforts of myself and people like Rippaverse's Woke, we got Vito going to that audience. And the biggest problem in the universe, Dick Masterson audience, he even liked one of my posts about, the Rippaverse being woke. And now he's spreading more of the feminist, news and information about the Soska sisters, man, it's going to get way worse. The exposure is going to get worse. It's going to get out there, and there's not going to be any Rippaverse fan who won't have seen this shit. And it's going to be so sad. It truly, truly is. And I say this with all objectivity. These women are not without talent. They're not. The Black Widow series, I'm on the record as saying it's a great book. The storytelling is right on point, and if they could bring that to Yaira, it could be a great thing. But we know the Rippaverse fan base. We know how they lean. We know what they've been conditioned by Mr. July to think and to say, and I don't know how they're going to deal with this. And the silent majority who aren't on the Twitter and the YouTube and the chats, well, no one's on the fucking Rippaverse site or the Gilded site. But if they were, how would they be reacting to this? What are they going to think? It's going to be interesting, but it's sad because these women are talented. Yeah, if you like the grindhouse shit, they're going to be right up your alley. I personally kind of like the genre, like the Kill Bill shits of the world. 8mm was a great film. The Hostel movies, as fucked up as they are, they're kind of fun to watch. The I Spit on Your Grave series, the original one from like the 80s is kind of fucking weird, but the modern ones, man, that's good shit right there. And besides like the gang rape scene in the woods, you got to fast forward through that shit. But once you get past that and the girl goes on her like revenge rampage, man, that's good shit. And these women make that kind of stuff and write that kind of stuff. And man, it could be great. But worlds are going to collide, buddy. And it's going to be sad. And maybe people will overlook it. Maybe they won't. But, only time will tell. But I'm here for you. Don't forget that. You and I are on the same page and we have the same goal.
Let's give a round of applause for Brother Chris, shall we? I mean, daggum.
Like a good neighbor, Chris Bacon is there.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
With the Soska lore that we came up with, it could be possible that Eric just went to someone who are masters of like simpery, and was like, look, here's my most simp-worthy character. What can you do? And they were like, hold our beers, and they got the job. I can't wait. I like them better as people than I like Eric July, so this is fun for me. They seem more interesting as people. So
I'm still questioning if anybody over at the Rippaverse is actually a people, actually human.
Well, I like to imagine that actually the mysterious Caro figure is the one who was instrumental in sneaking the Soska sisters into Eric's orbit.
Oh, that's the Palpatine.
Just another act of rebellion.
The meeting between Eric and the Soskas happened 4 years ago, when they mailed the copy of Black Widow to him. Apparently, they have that on video.
Oh, well, that's less cool.
Right. But I don't know. I don't get why that comic book of all comic books is one that piqued his interest. Was it him trying to pretend that he's he's trying to be pretentious about it? Oh, it was sent to him. It was the first thing that he read, and then he was like, "Oh, wow." I don't know.
I just find it weird how professional these ladies are when promoting the Rippaverse. And it also seems at the same time, it's like they're also protecting, they've also found a way to protect their own personal brands. So I don't think their fans will necessarily buy anything from Rippaverse, especially if they find out who Eric July is. But I think it's interesting that they're, I don't know, they seem to be like some of the hardest working people at Rippaverse right now. They're always doing like good promotion.
Well, there's a theory going around. It's because, they tried being in Hollywood. They've tried making money. They've tried to succeed,
Yeah.
but they failed. So there's a
Yeah.
theory going around that this is their attempt at just getting enough money to try again.
Yeah, I followed them on Instagram after I found out that they were hired, and I don't think they almost never mention Eric July. I think I don't know. I think they
They
might
should
be savvy.
with the
They're
kind
in a
of audience
bunch of
people
his
give them.
streams, and when he streams with other people, like that AZ streams, Heels Babyface guy, they're there
Yeah.
a lot of times. So yeah, they're certainly making their presence known, but they're certainly never putting in chat, hey, while you're at it, guys, go check out Kill Crazy Nympho Attacks and fucking, or here's a link to download a Dead Hooker in a Trunk or anything like that. So, I mean, to their credit, they're showing a lot of either restraint, professionalism, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it, and maybe
Restraints.
they understand what they're getting themselves into, and maybe behind closed doors those conversations that happen like, hey, I met you guys 4 years ago after the Black Widow series. I went to bat for you on Twitter about the Twitter ban. I really like what you guys did. The Black Widow series book is great. If you can bring that to the Rippaverse, that's fantastic, but you're gonna have to tone it down and make it maybe PG-13, but you can't go like fucking full bore on that shit. But if you can bring that, great. And you're going to have to like leave all the other shit out. Maybe those conversations have happened, maybe they haven't. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. And I mean, as an outside observer and just an observer of the human condition, if you're an artist and that's all that you've done and that's what you're good at and that's your brand, and to go against the grain for an extended period of time is going to be damn hard or take a lot of discipline. And if they're able to do it and pull it off, it would be very admirable. It can either go really, really well or it can go really, really bad.
Okay, to answer Seven Aliers question, I don't know if it's supposed to be failure in lead speak or not, but I'll just go with Seven. I mean, if it's grindhouse shit, yeah, I'd potentially like it, sure. But I don't know about the Rippaverse people, and I don't know about conservatives within Eric July's fans would like it. Or how much mental gymnastics they'd have to do to justify liking it or keeping the comic book.
Well,
That's another factor you have to put in.
I think it also brings up the question of what the fuck is the tone of the universe that Eric is trying to build here? Because when you look at what the Soska sisters have done compared to what we've seen from Eric so far, there is a real clash of tones here. And again, it kind of goes to how like Alpha Core doesn't really line up with ISOM.
Even between ISOM 1 and ISOM 2.
Yeah, it almost like
Prime story to all of a sudden Hell Monkeys from nowhere.
From top to bottom, left to right, it all just feels incredibly disconnected and messy.
Seven failure, whatever your name is. Type in chat like who's a writer, director, or somebody that you like that you like their work. Just type it in, whoever it is.
Well, while we wait, Michael says Eric is probably a fan of the Soskas, just like he was a big fan of Miles Morales.
Yeah, he was a self-proclaimed pretty big fan of the Black Widow's story.
And Eric wants them to be around Hollywood, sure, definitely. That's the closest way he could get to Hollywood is by contacting them.
Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, we are not going to get an ISOM movie. That's just not fucking happening.
The Soska sisters could turn that shit out for probably like $15K. You be careful what you wish for.
Oh God, please!
A different type of movie.
Maybe that kind of movie, sure.
With some
and then these people will still do mental gymnastics to justify its existence.
You
Not
want
just its existence to justify them buying it.
you want some I some, baby?
Okay, Michael is saying an ISOM web series.
Um,
We'll see.
that I think could be a little more likely.
But Jesus Christ, the money. How much money do these people have to spend?
All the money, and the IRS
Okay,
gets none of it,
real quick.
and that's why he's going to jail.
Failure. The reason I asked you that question, as far as like why we might not potentially like the storyline, and my thought was this, and I expressed this a little bit earlier, maybe you weren't here, is let's say, for example, you're a big fan of Quentin Tarantino. I'm a fan of Quentin Tarantino and his work, but Tarantino's got a pretty distinct style in that his movies are kind of a slow burn. They're very dialogue driven. Not a lot has to happen from scene to scene for the story to move forward, right? And if you've got Tarantino, who all of a sudden decides to make a fucking rom-com with Jennifer Aniston and Matthew McConaughey as the lead roles, what do you think that movie's going to be like? Even with Quentin Tarantino, Oscar-winning director or writer, directing that shit with A-list stars, it's either going to turn out one or two ways. It's going to be the most groundbreaking shit ever, or most likely, if he had to stick with like the rom-com formula, guy meets girl, girl and guy have falling out, girl and guy break up, reunite at the end of the movie, and he stuck with that formula, you would look at that and think this is the most god-awful shit ever, because that's not Tarantino style. He's trying to force something into a genre and a story that he would never write on purpose, right? And that's why I think the Saskas could put out a book where you're going, especially if you know their background. If you're a complete cash or a normie, or you just didn't bother looking up their shit, maybe you see it on the page and not. But especially with the comic book people who are going to be reviewing this book and looking at this book, it's going to be very, very clear and obvious. Are these women being forced into doing something that kind of goes against the grain? Are they holding back? And if they are, with the artists doing the things that they do, it's going to absolutely bleed into their style. It's absolutely going to bleed into the story.
Yeah,
and you're going to feel that they're holding back.
The art style.
You're gonna,
because again, Deborah Carito, the head of Glasshouse Studios, is taking care of the art. So looking forward to that. More clip art.
Yeah, so like, for example, Yaira could be in a confrontation with whoever the fuck Yaira is going to be in a confrontation with. And you're like, Saska sisters, man, this is where they fucking go and rip the guy. This is where they would usually go in and rip the guy's head off, rip their heart out, do something really crazy to this person, really fuck them up. And then all she does, like she did Isom, is throw him into a car, right? And you look at that and be like, really? That's all Yaira is going to do? That's all the Saska sisters could come up with, is throwing a dude into a fucking car? In any of their other books, that dude's head is coming off. His dick is ripped off, and it's going either in his ass or in his mouth. And
Jesus.
It's going to just be incredibly obvious that that's not.
He's not exaggerating, by the way. That's the stuff. That's all stuff.
Yeah, they do that shit. So it's going to be very clear and very obvious to people who are familiar with their style that they're holding back, and it's absolutely going to affect the story, because when you're looking at somebody who has that past, who has that genre, you're going to expect a character to be going through the fucking throat every single page. And if Yaira is PG, barely pushing PG-13, you're going to be like, these ladies didn't bring their A game to this shit. They're cashing a check and mailing it in, just like fucking Chuck Dixon did. It looks like he did on Alpha Core. And it's going to be obvious. You're going to have people ripping the shit out of this book. And it's just going to come across as watered down and bad. So that's why I'm saying that potentially why you might not like the story. as a casual viewer, if you didn't know this, you might look at the book and be like, yeah, she really fucked him up when she threw him through that car. That'll teach him. And everybody else is like, yeah, that ain't it. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like if Thanos came to Earth and just threw someone into a wall. Like, oh, he showed him.
Woo, the Mad Titan. My goodness. I see why everybody's so afraid of him.
That doesn't bode well if he said that, failure. He said Yaira is a cutthroat kind of character. I don't know. Looks like the Darren Fontano theory might actually be true.
Well, there's
Darren's
cutthroat and
becoming
ripping a dude's
Danielle.
dick off. So
Yeah, exactly. I figured as much. That's probably what's going to happen. And if Ripper Goalpost is saying Yaira's a villain,
Hey, Chris.
It might actually be the Grindhouse. You never know.
Hey, Chris Bacon, while we've got you, me and Extra Hero, we were talking about this on the last live stream. What's your opinion on if she ain't Ken, you can go all in?
Oh,
if she ain't Ken, you can go all in. Well, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. Isn't that just kind of like nature?
Yeah.
I mean, when I say nature, I also mean multiple times removed from being a second cousin. We're talking like generations, right? Because the world's a big place and you don't need to stay that close to them.
Okay, what if you grow up in the same house, but she ain't Ken?
Thanks for adding more detail.
Yeah, again, I gave you an example last time. There's that Netflix show, My Life with the Walter Boys. That's happening. That's not new. I need something groundbreaking from you. I don't need some fucking rinse and repeat shit.
Oh my God.
You need to be the third Sasuke sister.
So should I just go full blown Ken? You want me to go Game of Thrones? Is that it?
That's your story.
You didn't say no.
Erdolf is asking, where in the timeline does Yaira take place in?
2 weeks ago.
Sure, we'll go with that.
We still don't know where in the timeline ISOM takes place. All right,
I only realized that Alpha Core took place before ISOM, just a while ago.
I was trying to figure that out.
Christ.
What evidence do we have that it takes place before ISOM? Because I was trying to figure it out.
Where's the crater then? Where's the eagle's nest on Forest Park? Where is that?
Well, in ISOM 1, they still had their air base, right? And then in the air base crashes. So I'm assuming, you would, unless they are gooding or somebody fix that air base quick, fast, and in a hurry, that ISOM predates Alpha Core.
Shit.
Of course,
Marvel Comics bothered to make a cleanup crew for events like that. We don't see that in ISOM, unfortunately.
But see, this is how well the detractors know the stories, that we can have intelligent conversations like this and come to these conclusions, as opposed to like, ooh, look at this shiny cover that I got in the mail. This is fantastic. We're giving real in-depth analysis here.
Yeah, I still can't believe that shit started off with 2 weeks earlier. From what? From what, bitch? Explain yourself.
All right. I think Failure wants to know more of the mystic of Malo. Let's go with that.
This is a story about a magical pimp who is trying to grow his stable.
Only when Chris Bacon is here.
Only when Chris Bacon is here.
As soon as you need support on this, you know who to call.
Yeah, I know. You're going to fund the whole fucking thing. I know.
I just might.
And according to Chris, it doesn't matter who's in that stable. They can be kin, they cannot be kin. We just got to grow the stable at all costs.
Absolutely. I'll tell you something. I don't know how old you are, but when I was in college back in 2000, there was this website called the romp.com.
Oh,
and
dear.
there was like a choose your own adventure flash cartoon called Booty Call.
Oh, dear.
It still exists. Okay. You can go out to
Oh, dear.
romp.biz or something like that. And you can look at all of these cartoons. You need to look at Jake, the character in these cartoons, and Theo needs to be a mirror image of Jake.
Well, I was telling Extra Hero reincarnation does exist in this story, so maybe Theo is the reincarnation of Jake.
Chris Bacon on board with plagiarism in this particular instance.
No, in all seriousness, The Mystic of Malo is an original story that I'm writing. It's about this kid that's he's brought into this world of Malo where these evil archons, who are these magical beings that some people view as gods, and they like have control over all magic in this world, except for Theo. Like his magic is unique. It's something different. They don't have control over it, and because of that, he becomes a threat to their rule.
That's a pretty good synopsis. Failure is asking, so is it a fantasy incest story?
Define incest. Because like I said, if she ain't Ken, you can go all in. That's the fucking. There's two taglines to this story. If she ain't Ken, you can go all in. And
Lots of
grow
people who
your
are new to this will get confused if we keep memeing about this. It's like what Tony does with the Frogman.
So all right. So Theo, which is the guy you're seeing on screen right now, he's like adopted into the family of this girl named Astra, and so she's like his adopted sister, but they're not blood related.
But say the other part.
You say, motherfucker.
When was he adopted into the family?
Oh, hold up. Failure says I'm from the South, so all right, so this is nothing new for you. This is just fucking Friday for you, right? Okay.
What part of the South? I'm originally from South Georgia, so I might understand what you're talking about.
I'm from Tennessee, so I definitely understand what you're talking about.
This universe doesn't happen in the trailer
Theo
park,
is
does
18.
it?
What?
The Mystic of Malo, this doesn't happen in a trailer park, does it?
Malo is actually a Kurdish word for trailer park, yes.
Okay. Then anything goes. I mean, let your imagination run wild.
How old is Theo? Throughout most of the story, he's 15.
Ooh, get him
Did
started.
you get old school Eminem to write the soundtrack to this?
Actually, so speaking of the ages, I was talking to Father Hostage because he read the draft of the prologue that we were going over in the last stream, and I was talking to him, and honestly, I think a lot of the problems could be solved if I aged them up at the prologue. Chris, you have any objections to that?
No. I mean, back in the day, I don't know when this is like supposed to happen. Is this like back in the day, like we think of it, or is this like Star Wars back in the day, a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but they still have Star Destroyers and shit? Like, what type of timeline?
Yeah, more like Star Wars.
Well, it's in its own fantasy world, so it's not Earth.
Okay, but I mean, like the timeline, like what would you? Is it still considered like medieval or what?
Imagine. Okay, so the aesthetic is like Greco-Roman, so but it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like Roman Empire times, but like imagine if the Roman Empire hadn't fallen, but it continued for another couple hundred years, where it would have been at that point.
Well, again, back in the day, like what the life expectancy was so much lower, and you were, as a 15-year-old person, doing a lot of very, manly type shit. You were working doing whatever.
That's a good point.
So 15 years old, I mean, this dude could have been halfway through his life expectancy at 15 years old. So You can't hold a brother
Yeah.
down just because of age, and that's dating time.
So you're
I
saying
gotta
he should.
agree.
So you're saying he should have done. He should have already got with Asra by this point.
Oh God, absolutely.
Mm-mm.
I mean, back in the day, people were having kids like 13, 14 years old.
The words you said after "Oh God" was not what I expected.
So when I do the time jump from when they're kids to when they're teenagers, there should already be a baby bopping around, right?
It could be possible.
Okay.
I wouldn't have any objections. Again, I think now, in the 21st century, that's like would be real cringe and could get Theo, thrown in county. But, back in the day, I mean, even from a historical standpoint, fantasy or otherwise, a 15-year-old male, doing those types of adult things or procreating or having relations with women would not have been uncommon. I mean, it's just the truth of the matter.
Shoulder hair asks, is bestiality frowned upon in this world, or is it socially accepted?
Oh, God.
Yeah, we're not going that far. Although Chris probably, I don't
He
know,
said
Chris.
He said the Roman Empire, not fucking Saudi Arabia, dude.
Holy shit!
There's
I
no
mean-
goats in this story, is there?
Huh?
There's no goats in this story, is there?
No, but there might be hell monkeys.
I mean, I could imagine one of these sorcerers or whatever being into some weird shit. But that's about it.
Yeah, one of the characters I brought up last time, Lady Letha, I straight up said like she is kind of a seductress. So you
So
can
you're
imagine
gonna
where
have
that could go.
Have to hire whoever the Rippaverse hired to tone down the Soska sisters for your book in order to tone you down.
I was just gonna hire Chris and have him tone it up.
Turn down
I'll do
for
it
wet,
for
I
free.
guess.
Yeah. Shoulder hair says, do the hell monkeys lactate?
I asked
From ISOM 2, they
Jesker.
appeared to be gender neutral in ISOM number 2, which may or may not have been a prelude to the wokeness that we would be experiencing in Gyro. So yeah, anything's possible. They could be lactating, but yeah, I don't think genderless hell monkeys lactate. I'm assuming they are like single cell organisms and just replicate.
Yep. I asked Jesker if there were hell monkeys. He said no, unfortunately. And I would have drawn hell monkeys for you too if they were around.
Legally
I mean,
distinct hell monkeys.
There are monsters in this, and again, Letha is based off the Wicked Witch of the West. So I don't know.
That's
I'm
what
thinking.
I'm saying. Yeah, that's why she should have monkeys.
Well, I'm thinking more of like a Sasquatch type of thing, which is a type
There
of
you
monkey.
go.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
type of monkey. And no, Chris, Theo is not going to be banging the monkeys. That's not going to happen.
That's terrible. I would never suggest that.
Turned out really.
I'm disappointed in you. I expected more from you, Chris.
So explain what's going on with the universe for the new audience.
All right, so Malo is this world where there's these 7 archons, and archon is basically the Greek word for governor, but it also ties into stuff like Gnosticism, where the archons are like these mythological beings that are like the rulers of the physical world. So ties into stuff like that. So anyways, they have like this monopoly on magic. There was this other realm connected to Malo, but they sealed it off a long time ago. And magic in this world comes from that other realm. So because it's been sealed off, there's not supposed to be any new mystics that are born. So at this point, the archons being the only one with magical powers, they have kind of a monopoly over all of that stuff. And they can share their powers with other people, so people can acquire magic through them. But they're the source of all magic in this world until Theo actually shows up and Theo is able to acquire magical abilities on his own without help from the Archons. So when they realize this, when they realize what he's able to do, he becomes a threat to them. He's kind of the glitch in the matrix, the kink in the armor. He's kind of the loophole here, and he's the key to overthrowing the Archons and freeing the world from their control.
No joke. This is very similar to the situation you'll see in shows where there's a new drug dealer that comes in and gets a new plug, but there's already a plug for that area, so it's not supposed to exist, and so gang wars break out. It's like the nicer version of that.
Sure.
So are these folks like dystopians, or the people are they fairly benevolent and they're just pissed off this other dude is can do what they do, or what's their deal?
So I do have like a backstory planned out for them. So the idea is that they are essentially like the same type of magic user that Theo is, because all magic comes from that other realm. But they've been around for a while. They've been around for centuries. And it was a long time ago they sealed off that other realm. And the reason they sealed it off is because, one, obviously they wanted to gain power over the world. They kind of wanted to be the only ones running the show, the only one with magical abilities. Yeah. So that was part of it. But also, the way that mystics work in this world is very similar to Plato's idea of philosophers. And if you look into like Plato's allegory of the cave, the philosopher character does not get treated very well by the other people trapped in the cave, which is supposed to represent humanity. So they have some disdain towards humanity. They look down on humanity. So it is kind of dystopian. But what their plans are for humanity, it's kind of a mystery. It's something that I want to reveal later on. But yeah, they don't like humanity. They're tyrants.
They need to go.
They got to go. And so you can kind of look at the Archons as being like a corrupted version of what Theo is. And Theo is actually, like, his journey is carrying out the original intent, the original mission of what mystics are supposed to be. You could kind of look at them as being agents of this other realm.
But is Theo, because he's a young guy and young, dumb, and obviously full of cum, is he going to just use his powers for very juvenile things at first, or is he going to do a complete heel turn and say, like, you know what, I'm as powerful as these other motherfuckers. I don't have beef with them. I can just join their ranks and, be part of.
That would be an interesting arc.
These guys, and then fuck them all.
I do have plans for their.
That would be the end of the story. And that'd be sad.
I do.
Chris Bacon's ideas are if 50 Cent adapted your story.
Oh my God. So there is like this running gag where he is so young and he's going around, he's trying to teach people, he's trying to help people overthrow the Archons and stuff. People sometimes don't take him seriously because of his age. So there is kind of a running gag there.
I think the closest thing I can compare this story to is the Elder Scrolls Morrowind, where you have the Tribunal, who are basically 3 dark elves who have godly powers because they found ancient artifacts. And then your main character is basically someone sent by an elder god to defeat them. It's similar, but not really. But it's a nice comparison to bring up both of them. That's why I'm looking forward to this story.
Like I said, look up stuff about Plato's allegory of the cave, because that was kind of the big inspiration behind this. But you can also find similar themes to what I'm going for here and stuff like Hinduism with concepts like Maya and Dharma. There's some inspiration from that too.
And Greg.
What?
And Greg. You brought up Dharma, but you didn't bring up Greg.
What's Greg?
That's
not
stupid
the
reference.
Dharma and Greg reference. It's a TV show. Don't mind it.
Shoulder Hair asked, does Theo own a warehouse? Unfortunately, no. Chris Bacon, why are you commenting in the chat? You're on stream. A stable is kind of like a warehouse.
I didn't want to be. That question needed to be answered, and he didn't need to wait for that answer.
Straight away, huh?
We got to make sure we clear this up.
You know, an interesting comparison here. All right, so you know, like how Gandalf and Saruman in The Lord of the Rings are both, the same type of entity, and they had a similar mission, but Saruman became corrupted and stuff, and Gandalf didn't. You can kind of look at the Archons as being the Saruman of this story, and Theo the Gandalf. So, like the Archon.
Interesting thing about Theo is that he's a.
Did I do something?
You got cut off.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying that so far the most interesting thing about Theo is that he's basically cheating. Like he's basically found a way to get power that no one else has access to. But he's also the good guy.
Yeah, he is the glitch in the Matrix. He's the kink in the armor.
I like a loophole.
And like his past is very, very
And
mysterious.
For some reason, just because of what we were talking about, that simple statement sounds dirty now. When I said I like a loophole, like
You got a dirty mind. You need to clean that up.
Right?
You're one to talk.
All of my comments are based on actual historical facts and references.
That's not untrue. But no, like
wait, y'all have dirty minds. You knew what I meant by loophole.
True.
But no, unlike a certain bearded man who does own a warehouse, at least for now, we'll see how that goes. We'll see if he still has a warehouse by the end of 2024. No, I think one of the things I'm really taking the criticism that I've gotten from people over the prologue is, one, I think I need to age them up from what they were. Because in the prologue, Theo was 8 and Astra was 10. So I do think I need to age him up a bit. And number 2, and this was interesting because Father Hostage thought I had too many details, but Extra Hero, you seem to think I didn't have enough. So that was kind of interesting.
So
Yeah,
why did they say you need to age him up in the prologue?
Because, all right, so in the prologue, Astra's mother actually kills Astra's father in front of the kids. And Father Hostage was saying that some of the reactions that Theo and Astra had weren't realistic for the ages they were. Whereas, holy shit, my dog is scratching the hell out of his ear.
What kind of reactions
keeping
that he felt were inappropriate for the age?
I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going.
No, the reason I ask is based on the time period that you're talking about. Young children in that day and age would have been exposed to all sorts of violence. Violence would not have been something that, a kid in 2023 wouldn't have seen, right? So they would have seen, they would have been exposed to death, whether it was like the death of animals, war, fighting, brutality. So I'm not saying like any type of sexual way. I'm just saying like in general. So, I mean, like, I think it all depends on the time period that you're in, on how appropriate, that may be. Obviously, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but, again, an 8-year-old in, say, the year 1200 is going to be exposed to a lot of different things than, say, an 8-year-old in 2024.
How much mayhem happens in that society?
Especially when they're living in a fucking tyrannical society with all sorts of nut jobs running the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luster Dog is asking the same question. Like, how much graphic violence is there? What's the most brutal thing that would happen? Oh, we lost Jesker.
He's like, I'm not answering this shit.
I'm not answering anything. Go ask Cracker.
Well, so I asked him the other day. They seem to live in a society where they could grow up without an adult. At the time of their parents' murder and desertion, the boy Theo was 8 and the girl was 10. And I asked him, so do they have any adults helping them grow up? And he was like, no. So it seems pretty cushy.
So Baki is asking if the whole setting is dark medieval or feudal society. No, it's supposed to be. If you guys heard of Crystal Punk, so it's like almost punk, but it's ancient at the same time.
Yes, I mean, like if you're living back in the day and you're 8 to 10 years old, by that time, I mean, again, if you're just living in a fucking grass hut or some simple one-room structure, certainly by that age, you knew how to do the basics of like fishing, hunting, gathering, that sort of thing. Again, obviously, This is another story, but it's certainly conceivable that a person of that age in a very simplistic world would have known the basics of farming enough to, get by. And, kind of sort of how to do those basic things to, be self-sustaining, all things considered.
Yeah. And from what I'm
okay,
hearing,
good. And also in his world,
confirms it. Like there's a huge disparity between the upper society who already have magic and what have you, and then everybody else who's basically possibly a villager. Failure is asking if there's grim dark fantasy type vibes. That we'll have to confirm with Jesker, but definitely there's a lot of crazy shit happening, a lot of dark shit for sure.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck happened there.
You just have to.
We just finished writing your book. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, we've been.
Yo, I think
for you this entire time.
I think my VPN fucked up big time.
It happens.
Yeah, that usually when my internet fucks up, it's because of the VPN. So I just disconnected it.
I have a question.
So, Failure is asking you if there's grim dark fantasy vibes in the story.
What's grim dark?
Grim dark, as in you're familiar with Warhammer, right?
Yes.
That sort of thing. Like do things get really twisted? Like how much violence could happen in this universe?
I would say, think of it like Lord of the Rings level. I don't want to go like, to like games of, Game of Thrones dark, but
yeah,
I would say it's much more in line with something like Lord of the Rings.
So you could have
all
a place.
The protagonists are kids, basically.
Yeah.
But you could have like a peaceful and benevolent place that's kind of low key, like the Shire, and then you could have like the other people who are doing battle all the time,
twisted,
and doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, because
one of the archons could probably be like a completely evil and dark and almost Lovecraftian, I'd imagine.
Well, when it comes to the archons, they are viewed by the people as gods, but you have to remember, these are the only beings in the world for centuries who have had magic. So they're not actually gods, but their abilities compared to everybody else makes them look like gods.
So they're grifters.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Wonderful.
I mean, I compared them to established drug dealers earlier. So grifters isn't isn't too far.
And again, like if you look at Plato's allegory of the cave, because all the main characters are based off of figures in that cave. So for example,
You're a grifter. No, I'm just
humanity would be the people that are chained up in the cave, and then the archons would be like the puppeteers who are moving objects behind them, and the flames in the cave are projecting the objects as shadows on the wall. So they're keeping humanity trapped.
You just took me back to philosophy class.
Yeah, that's who the archons are. And then Theo would be, kind of that one person who escapes from the cave, who sees the reality outside of the cave, comes back in and tries to, show humanity like, hey, like there's more to reality than this. There's more going on. Like, you people are trapped. You're living a lie. You're living an illusion. And the puppeteers don't like that very much.
When you said earlier that he was the glitch in the Matrix, you almost meant that literally.
Yep. Oh, I mean that almost quite literally.
So like with his powers, is that how he kind of discovered and became enlightened because of his ability to do magic? Because I mean, the real world parallel I could see to this is like people who are in North Korea, right? They're completely shut off from the world. They don't know any different, so they think fucking Kim Jong-un is, the end all be all. So they just don't know any different. And then you like have to escape to China and get over to somewhere else or South Korea to say like, oh shit, there's a big world out there. This is really fucked up. So I mean, like, is it him getting his powers that kind of trigger his enlightenment? Because I would think if you were born into this type of society that's been going on like this for generations, that would just be the norm, and it would really take something to pull you out of that where everybody else.
That is a perfect analogy. His abilities are a gift from this other realm, and this realm is beyond the reach of the archons. It's something outside of the reality that everybody else is experiencing. So yes, that is a very good analogy. Did my internet fuck up again?
No, we're just all contemplating this new development.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
We're expecting you to say more, but
no. That's a really good analogy, the whole North Korean thing. Because you look at over in North Korea, like they view their leader as this god. Like that is a very good analogy.
But also, how much do we know about how they actually view their leader, and how much is just propaganda? I guess that's
why there's resistance, right? We'll go into that, by the way.
Okay, so there is a resistance group known as the Keepers of Nahara. And Nahara was this ancient civilization that existed before the Archons took control of stuff. Now, back then, there was more mystics running around. There was a stronger connection to this other realm, so magic was more prominent. And so the Keepers of Nahara, like these people are aware of that. They're aware of a time before the Archons. They kind of know that everything the Archons is doing is bullshit, and they try and sabotage them from the shadows. Now, obviously, with them not being magic users, they can't confront the Archons directly, but they try and sabotage them from the shadows. Now, when Theo shows up, he gets involved with the Keepers of Nahara, and they kind of start viewing him as the key to overthrowing the Archons, and some of them view him as a weapon. There's a character that he's introduced to named Garen, who is part of the Keepers of Nahara. And, Garen's kind of torn between viewing Theo as a weapon to fight against the Archons versus actually being a friend. So there's kind of a conflict there as well. But yeah.
Okay, but what does this have to do with him growing his stable? Let's get back to what's important.
Jesus Christ. So Chris Bacon wants me to turn this into a Tenchi Muyo type of series. He wants Theo to have a stable. He wants Theo to have a stable women. He wants Lady Letha in there. He wants Oscar in there. To him, it doesn't matter if you're Ken. You can still go all in, whatever. He doesn't give a shit. So
I mean, are you going to listen to your customers or not?
You've got it all wrong. Okay, it's like anything else. If you are going to lead a movement, you've got to have cheerleaders, right? Like for
Right.
example, take the Eric July fandom. If you're going to take over comics,
no.
you got to have a cheerleading squad, and you're not going to do that without a stable, and you got to build that up because it's going to be a lot easier for hot chicks to convince other people to join the cause than it is going to be for this little prepubescent boy to do that. So I think we got to keep our eye on the ball and get this guy the support that he's going to need to take down these deviants. So
I guess sex sells even in this universe.
Absolutely.
A bit disquieting, but
So I'm imagining a scene where Theo's like going into this whole long philosophical spiel in front of a group of people. They completely ignore him, and then he just has Oscar just flash them all, and suddenly they're on board. Is that what you're getting at?
No, she's gonna have to do a little bit more than that, but I mean, she just can't flash them. She's got to at least do a table dance or something. But yeah, you're on board. You're getting it. Think of the scene at the Titty Twister with Selma Hayek in From Dusk Till Dawn. She's doing her dance. Everybody's quiet. Everybody's listening. She's got everybody's attention. And that's the kind of reaction that his stable needs to have from the population. So where after that, anything that he says, these people are going to go after. And I mean, that's how you get influence. 100%.
Failure says, I'm listening. Failure, please shut the fuck up. All right, so yes, Chris Bacon wants to turn this whole thing into a Tenchi Muyo styled harem. Building the stable, growing the stable. So far, we've only got 2 female characters that have been introduced. I'm seriously considering not introducing any more than that just to crush Chris's dreams. But yeah, I should have just called it The Pimp of Malo. Like, that's what we should have just called the story.
Now, you're not completely innocent in this because describe the Cat-Eye Witches crew.
A coven of witches.
And what did some of those witches used to be?
The, let's say, ladies of ill repute, as they would have called them back in the old days.
And you wrote the title to these chapters, not me. You got to remember that.
Oh yeah, the
I
lady,
didn't write the name of these chapters.
the lady on the street, the sinister
Yep.
sisterhood.
It writes itself.
It certainly does. So don't make me out like I'm some sort of perv. I just took your lead and expanded on it and just offered up ideas. This was totally you. All my thoughts are just inspired and not original in any way, shape, or form. You have no one to blame but yourself. So stop deflecting and stop trying to shift blame.
I am really happy what I'm working on right now is just a first draft because that gives me the chance to change up all of this if I need to. Unless I want to Eric July this and just put out my first draft.
Oh no.
So TJ Laser, what were you saying about drawing some of these characters earlier? I mean, I plan on drawing the stuff myself, but at the same time, I mean, I'm all for fan art if anybody wants to go for it. Just I would trust you with the fan art more than I would Chris.
I don't draw. It has stick figures, and I don't think that's what you're going for.
All right, thank God, because I could not show any artwork you produce. I could not show on this stream.
You would. This is very true.
Yeah, just let me know what you want me to draw. I can take care of it.
All right. Yeah, eventually.
The research, try to come up with what a Greco-Roman technological society would look like. I would, implement that in the designs, if you want, of course.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff, it's not finalized yet. I mean, this is going to go through several drafts. I don't know what it's going to look like on the other end of things. This is just kind of where everything is right now. Because again,
tell me what you want me to draw, and I'm ready.
But yeah, like we don't just first draft stuff like Eric does.
True.
I don't have the 500,000 subscribers to make that work. I actually have to put out something that's a quality product that's going to stand on its own, because I can't go on to the Blaze Media. I can't go on to Fox News and promote this shit.
But to answer your question, shoulder hair, Theo would never be disrespected in the first place to have to be in this situation. He would be so in control of his environment that the thought of disrespect would never cross anyone's mind. So he wouldn't have to tolerate disrespect. That just doesn't happen. To suggest that anybody would ever disrespect Theo is in fact disrespectful, and I think you need to apologize.
When did I ever suggest he was going to be disrespected?
No, shoulder hair is asking in the chat, how much disrespect can Theo tolerate until he starts throwing hands with security guards?
Mm.
And again,
you know what? Will there be a character that's like that, like short-tempered and not tolerating disrespect, who would mess it up for everybody, for the good guys, for example? Well, would there be a character just like that? I'm wondering.
yeah, but it would clearly have to be a woman, because only a woman would react like that.
Yeah.
Theo is above reproach in that regard. Do not disrespect Theo in that manner. He is
in
above
that sort
reproach.
of setting, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I can come up with some chick that's in the Keepers of Nahara that would work for that. But
One revolutionary, starting shit for no reason. Or, well, not for no reason, just because of disrespect. We'll keep it that way.
I mean, Astra could be a little bit like that, considering she is kind of the main love interest here.
True.
I mean, I'm sure she wouldn't want people disrespecting Theo.
Ah, there you go.
And if you notice with her designs that I've shown off, she does wear red. So, maybe that could be hinting that she's a little bit hot-tempered.
Just brush. Yeah.
There is some color coding there, because if you notice with Theo, grays, blacks, blues, so he's a little more calm, a little more, even-tempered. Maybe has a colder demeanor.
Do you have a picture of Asra handy?
Yeah, let me pull one up. I actually was messing around earlier with some stuff. Let's see.
But Theo's got this look on his face like he doesn't take anybody's shit, right? Like if somebody's going to come at him, he's not going to talk. He's not going to say anything. He's just going to go hard on him and just completely take care of him. He's going to just go for the kill. He's not going to be merciful, benevolent. He's just going to be like, you don't fuck with me. And he's going to show everybody that you don't do that. And I think you got to have that kind of demeanor to get over in that world, to be able to battle these godlike folks, to just show I'm not taking any shit from anybody. Maybe he's not. Maybe he is a very nice, warm, and cushy person, but I would be disappointed.
I would say he has more of a cold demeanor. I wouldn't say he's, I wouldn't say he's an Eric July type of character to where, as soon as you say something to him, he's just going to get all pissed off and stuff. He's not Isom.
He's a philosopher.
How much do we think the Soska sisters are getting paid?
Dearly. A lot. If, judging by Chuck Dixon.
Paid in what?
Because
You're assuming it's money.
So here's where I'm coming from. As someone who's basically,
You're gone again.
Yeah,
we're
you
losing
cut
Mr.
out.
Hero again. Well, to answer the question, definitely. They're being paid a lot. That's kind
Well,
of why
if they're coming on full time, I would think just as a personal business decision, you would have to say, what do I have going on in my own career, whether it's the movie industry, the comic industry, writing, or whatever, that I'm going to completely put my own shit on hold to go work full time for this dude, unless they've got something in the contract where they can continue doing their own shit. They just have to be at his beck and call and show up when he tells them to show up or whatever. But, I mean, you would think it would have, between the two of them?
yeah, because
Figures.
that would be a lot if it was just one person. But there's two people. That means two different healthcare plans. Like, that means two of everything.
Oh, Eric don't believe in giving his employees health care.
And not only that, they live in Vancouver, British Columbia. That ain't a cheap place to be.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, at least they get free health care.
well, they might get some free health care, but still, rent ain't cheap up there. If he was paying them less than $100K a piece, I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked. Because again, unless he's got some deal with they can do their own thing as a side hustle, but again, they just have to jump whenever he says jump. It would be a lot. And the thing is too, Eric doesn't leave himself much bargaining power because he has gone on record saying how much I like these people. And I think after like Cliff Richards and Gail El-Tayeb and probably amongst that circle of people, they're like, yeah, we fleeced this motherfucker. He paid way above market rate. And they're like, oh, well, Eric, you want us or you don't? We can do this. You love Black Widow. We're a known commodity, blah, blah, fucking blah. We need X amount of dollars. And he was probably like, okay. Just because he was so happy to have them. And
yeah,
I have to believe he's paying them six figures a piece.
Yes.
And if he's not, well, good for him. But I would imagine that's would be the going rate.
Again, Soskas have their Hollywood aspirations. That's exactly why they would want to be hired by Eric July. If he's paying
yeah, and if they're saying, Eric, well, we think our campaign based on, and again, they did this back in December when they did this. So this was middle of the Alpha Core campaign, right at the start where things were kind of, let's see here. They came on in December, and then I think they got hired full time. I've got it written down, but whatever. They came in early December, like right at the beginning of the Alpha Core campaign, or like in the middle of it. And they're going to be like, oh, all these have made six figures. We're going to make a lot of money. We're going to make you a lot of money. Blah, blah, fucking blah. Yeah, unless they're just idiots, I would have asked for at least $100K a piece.
Well, I'm glad they're getting paid a lot.
And Eric's like, okay. So
literally, that was his reaction.
And then Glasshouse is also charging for the art, and then he's like, okay.
Well, I think that Eric has a chance to ruin their reputation amongst their crowd. So I'm glad they're getting paid handsomely for the risk.
Yeah, they don't mind because they have Hollywood aspirations. They don't really care about the audience they cultivated as SJWs.
So here's a real question.
To get that money.
So here's a real question. Chris, do you want to see Astra and Ahsoka sister comic, given what we know about them at this point?
It depends. Like, is she gonna be like hardcore, like ripping spines out and shit, or what?
She has a sword.
Oh, well, as long as she knows how to use it.
In what way would you want her to use it?
Well, chopping heads off, running people through, doing shit that people do with swords.
Ah, okay, the normal way. All right, thank God.
No. Oh gosh, are you talking about like sword ass rape and stuff like that? Man, come on now, that's messed up.
Oh no.
I mean, you said it, not me.
You implied it.
I did imply it, but
You
I
just
didn't say
tricked
it.
me into saying it. You nasty fuck.
What do you think I brought you on for?
To write your book. To write chapter 8 of your book and not know it.
What
So
the
this is
fuck
another
this?
Marcos Rios creation.
What
This
the
is
fuck is this?
get this.
Blue
This is
moon.
a character named Mood.
Blue
Blue.
moon.
Well, her name is Mood, all right.
Are those
And her-
sperm in the background?
Yo!
This is. I'm beginning to think this is proto Bloodruth.
This is
Because again, you can see the skin color, right, and then the hair,
this
and the
is
fact that she's controlling some liquid substance. So in the story, this is supposed to be like depending on her mood, her powers change. So when it's
yo.
blue, she can lift things with these spermy-looking things.
This is the reaction that the Soska sisters had when Eric knocked them the fuck up. This is nasty.
Yeah, I guess
That-
when we're doing
Proto Bloodruth.
I guess when we're doing our pay calculations, we're not taking into account.
So go look at the ArtStation, Marcos Rios, and you'll find these drawings there. I'll share another version. Did we lose Extra Hero again? Jesus.
He did. He's had bad internet tonight.
Wonderful. Wait, I'll show you the green version of Mood. There we go.
Oh man.
So the
Ew.
green version, apparently in the lore, is acidic. So when her mood is green, she can melt things.
Oh Jesus Christ. Ripaverse goalpost, are you still here?
Tell me this isn't Bloodruth again.
Dude.
Recycled concepts.
How I swear to so is this all right, so if that was recycled, does that mean we're gonna get some kind of hell sperm or monster sperm or something? Because it looks like there was sperm in the background.
Well, there are hell creatures, but they don't involve monkeys. So I haven't found any monkeys in Marcos Rios' art.
Well, let's try and keep the
Oh.
demon sperm away from Asra, please.
Wait, let me show you. Let me show you another one. So this is a proto Yaira. Veronica Frost. You can see, the crystal coming out, and then, right? And in the
Ugh.
name it says Ice Frost.
She kind of looks like a female Freddy Krueger.
Because of the claws, right?
And the
shirt.
and the shirt.
That's the problem with Marcos Rios. He can't generate new ideas. He's been coming up with these characters and then just, okay, let me shift this character into a Ripaverse version. That's why it's kind of repetitive. And then that's why, this is the end result. You end up having something you've seen a million times before.
Yeah, this just looks so generic.
Exactly. The key word is generic.
I mean, again, it kind of looks like a dollar store ripoff of something.
And that's always been the case, right? You look at Yaira and she's a dollar store ripoff of something out of Thor. even though she has ice powers, whatever. And the naming convention is stupid because Yaira in Latin means light, to enlighten. Why the fuck would somebody who's named Light have ice powers?
Rip a goalpost. No one's saying the art is bad. They're just saying it reminds them of something else that already exists. I don't see what your rub is with that comment.
We're saying the art is lazy.
Yeah, we're talking about the character designs. Nobody's talking about the art. But again, you're single-minded. I don't really care what you're saying.
But answer real quick, because you're digressing from the stuff that we're discussing here by bringing up, in 2025, you're going to regret what you said in 2023. Riververse goalpost, let me be very clear with you. I have been very objective in my analysis about Eric July, in being very numbers driven, very metrics driven in my criticism and the cause and effect of that. And if in 2025 he's world beating and pushing out book after book and multi-million-dollar campaigns, the only way that happens, is if he does something that he's not doing now. And that's going to be a massive amount of outreach, changing his tune to gain more audience and market share, that sort of thing. And if he does that, God bless him. And in 2025, if I'm writing my analysis on, Rippaverse Mystery Project number 12 or whatever that comes out, I'll be the first to say, hey, this is what he did. This is what he's doing. Fantastic. Great. Good for him. At the end of the day, the opinion about the art doesn't fucking matter. The storyline doesn't fucking matter. And even his shitty ass attitude doesn't matter. If you're growing your audience with all of these things being equal and you're making money hand over fist, then what the fuck am I going to say? What the fuck is TJ going to say? JJ going to say? Tony going to say? Pick your favorite detractor. What the fuck are you really going to say? But until that reverses course, it is what it is. What it is, it is. What it is. So,
and absolutely no one has to admit that Marcus is a great artist. That's not an objective thing. Some people would say he's a bad artist.
Ripverse, okay, so what false predictions have I made about any future projects? I haven't even pontificated on Yaira yet. I was very clear, and I'm on the record stating that it's going to be about 72 hours before we see how this is going, because that's how they've all gone. And we're going to know based on historical facts that this is the case. What predictions are false in 25? What predictions? Be specific. I know that's hard, but try.
Look, apparently Eric is going to have 6 books coming out. We'll see about that. But I don't think none of us have made any predictions about any of them as far as like the quality of the story. Now, we've made some predictions about the financial success of those projects, but that's just based on what we've seen with the numbers so far. I think most of us believe that Yaira is going to do better than Alpha Core, but it's not going to do better than ISOM 1 or 2. But again, we're not making any predictions on the quality of the story. We don't know yet. I mean, for all we know, Eric could come out with something and turn this whole fucking thing around, and more power to him. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. But again, like, what predictions are you talking about?
I mean, again, and this is but a microcosm of what the problem is. I don't care really if Marcos Rios is a good artist or not, right?
Okay, animation. So fucking what? Is he going to sell it? Is he going to sell his animations? Who the fuck's going to buy them? What's the cost to produce those animations? I mean, those are all questions, and possibly a movie. Again, congratulations. Who's bankrolling that shit? Is it going to be live action? Is it going to be animation? Is the animation on par with the Alpha Core trailer, or what? Because again, he put out that Alpha Core trailer and it didn't move the fucking needle. So congratulations. Right. Now you put out another fucking full-length animation, and so fucking what? What is that going to do?
It's a waste of money.
It's not going to do a goddamn thing. So again, I'm going off results based on things that have been done. These aren't predictions off in the sky, off in the future. This is what he's done. This is what he's said. This is his product. This is the market's reaction to it. It's just that simple. So, and again, from data that we can actually see, real world results, things are going south. And they're going south for very specific reasons. And I've gone over them ad nauseum just tonight. And again, I'm on the record. You know where to find it. And unless he changes that, then that's going to continue or at least stagnate. And if he does change it to reverse course, congratulations. Or if he finds a whole trove of people who think like he does and says, and has, your mentality, Sturgis mentality, and he just finds a whole fucking heap of them somewhere that he can just convert and say, fuck off, then congratulations too, because he would have still had to go and find and cultivate and mine that audience, whether it's at cons, streams, or whatever, even though
multiply himself.
So again, and if he does that, fantastic. And people like me, like Tony, like everybody who's here is going to have to just say, like, you know what? He still acts like an asshole. He still says some dumb fucking shit. But goddamn, he went out and found a whole bunch of people who are right in line with his thoughts. He's making millions. His audience is growing. Congratulations. I mean, you found a market. You're catering to them and what they want. You're making money hand over fist. And, great. Congratulations. And then people like Dick or whoever who's like, the book sucks, and they can go back and talk about the quality of the product and he's selling to morons or whatever. But people like me, I'll be the first one to say, hey man, congratulations. Wonderful. Hey, we're looking forward to the next, 8-figure Eric July Rippaverse campaign. Say what you want about the books, but man, that man can print some fucking money. And I'm also on the record before it got deleted saying I didn't see any reason why he couldn't churn out $10 million campaigns. It's on the record. It's all available. And if you want me to, I can repost it to Rippaverse Detractors where I'm on the record saying all of these things. But, when you're in your own way and can't figure out how to get out of it, or you can't go out and find a bunch of people like Sturgis, like LG, like Taser, who will buy your shit regardless, then it doesn't fucking matter. But at the same time, and this is economic reality, it only takes a very, very small percentage of the population to like your shit, okay? The United States has got 300 million people, that's on the lower side, but at least 300 million people. If you can appeal to just 1%, that's 3 million. If you can appeal to just 0.1%, that's 300,000. If he had 300,000 customers regularly buying his shit, he would be making money like you couldn't even believe. And certainly, if he goes out, tries his best, and does what he can, I gotta believe there's at least 300,000 people in this country, in a cave, in a basement, who think just like fucking Sturgis and LG, who will pass their money on to him every fucking chance they get. But he's got to go find them, and whatever medium that is, but that medium is not fucking tweets, retweets, streams, and that sort of shit. He's going to have to pound some fucking pavement and go maybe to the Northeast, the Midwest, wherever they've got fucking basements, not down in Texas because we don't have basements in Texas. And he's going to have to start banging on doors and be like, hey, man, do you happen to have a 30-year-old guy living in your basement, lady? Yeah, my son's out of fucking work. Or, he works part-time at Wendy's. But, yeah, he lives down here. Hey, can I talk to him for 10 minutes? If that's what he does, fantastic. Who cares?
Has your son been playing with Naruto toys and making them fake hump?
How'd you know?
How would your projections be adjusted if Eric tested a 100K advertisement campaign rather than continuing organic marketing? Okay. So my wife is a vice president at the largest jewelry retailer on God's earth. And she runs the e-commerce for this. And I listen to her talk about this all the time so I can speak intelligently to this. If you are doing proper paid search, If you are getting 4-to-1 return, you are doing fan-fucking-tastic. So let's say Eric did a 100K advertising campaign, whether it's digital marketing, let's say Facebook ads, Twitter ads, or whatever, and was doing it correctly, Google ads even, to get people to his site. And he turned a 4-to-1 investment and made 400K on 100K, then God bless him. That would actually not be a dumb thing to do. And if you can put that in his ear to do it correctly, that can be a great return. And then you can be like, well, shit, that was a 4-to-1 return. I can do more with that. I can go and try to attract more audiences. For example, the dude's also going to be in Orlando. There's that Comics Coliseum that's got fucking locations in Orlando and all over the state of Florida. He probably should stay the fuck down there for a little bit longer in February. Talk to that Kyle Boyle guy. He was on a stream with some of those folks. Who was the guy who, Mark Millar, he was on a stream with him and he's a Rippaverse ally, so maybe he can make the intro and go fucking knock on some doors and press the flesh at some of those fucking places all over the state of Florida and actually get in front of the audience he actually wants and see if they want his shit or not.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Come on now.
But yeah, Ripper Goalpost, if he did that and actually did it right and did it correctly, more power to him. And that would be fantastic. And it would be cheered on. And there would be nothing to mock, nothing to ridicule. And I would be the first one to stand up and applaud him making an actual decent business decision that actually was rooted in reality. So, yeah.
Look at this nasty shit.
You just hate women.
I'm what now?
You just hate women.
Oh, that ain't a woman, dude. That can't be a woman.
No, Michael, we were talking about important shit until Rippaverse Goalpost came back and started making disparaging slurs about the Rippaverse. We were talking about Theo, his stable, the Oregon people, all sorts of good shit until this guy came back and fucked up the flow. So blame him.
We were debating the merits of if she ain't Ken, you can go all in. Chris is taking my side on this. Now, something I don't want. Listen, I don't care if she's Ken or not. I don't want to go all in on this. Like, ugh.
Looks like she's got some STD or something. I think I'd stay away from that too. All those bumps on her, like those weird stones, that's just not natural.
Michael said Yara's man. Oh, shit. That is just nasty. I swear to God, these people had the nerve to call this art. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Michael says, first indie trans icon. Ugh. Yeah, TJ Laser, like, you're gonna get this thing demonetized bringing up pictures like that. Yeah, TJ, you there?
Fell asleep.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Jesus, I was talking this entire time and I thought I was unmuted. And I was saying, anyway, this is why people like to watch this, because it's one mistake after the other. One fundamental mistake Eric July did was literally walk up to some random guy. some random artist who's doing his own thing and telling him, "Listen, I'm going to make you design the entire universe of mine." And this is like you're supposed to be beating Marvel and DC with these kinds of designs. And we can look at the artistic level of this guy and judge. Okay, what's this guy's capability of designing characters, right? And you'll see in the previous streams if you guys are curious. So we have them. How can this guy generate good-looking characters? He can't. I'm sorry.
Again, I think, especially like this whole universe, people like Eric said that the creative process is the easy part. No, it's fucking not.
You have that too. That's right.
Any dumbass can figure out logistics, okay? But you gotta look at J.K. Rowling, for example. Like she planned out
every dumbass cannot figure out logistics. Case in point on who we're discussing. So retract your statement. It's false.
All right, retracted, disavowed. But my point is that when you look at for example, J.K. Rowling, like she planned out every fucking book. You look at Tolkien, for example. I forget how many years it was between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, but like it took him forever to come up with that universe. And then you look at George R.R. Martin, 12 years, and we're still waiting on The Winds of Winter. So the creative aspect is not fucking easy. I don't care what Eric says.
Yeah, like Michael is saying, this guy's recycling his own art. That's all I'm pointing out. You have a problem with that, rip a goalpost and fuck yourself. Take it out with Marcus Rios.
I'll be 55 years old before the Mystic of Malo comes out. All right. So, anyways, folks, it is 1:11 for me over here. So I think we're gonna wrap it up and call it a stream. I do have to go to work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Oh, that was fun. Unfortunately, we lost Extra Hero, but
yeah, his internet's been bad all night.
Yeah, so crazy.
But yeah, I think we can take a couple of things out of this stream. Number one, Rip Reverse Goalpost is going to give me a fucking aneurysm. Number two, shitty internet is still something that plagues the human race, and
that's right.
For only $3 a month on my Patreon, you can help to solve that. Number three, damn it, I'm sleepy. Number three, if she ain't kin, you can indeed go all in. And number four, fuck you, Ripper. Go seriously. It's more fun to be a fan.
It's more fun to be here on our side.
You should be a fan.
You guys are humorless. Every time somebody makes jokes about you, you just cry.
In order for me to be a fan, you want me to turn my fucking brain off. I refuse to fucking do that. All right. This channel is based on intellectual honesty, okay? We're not going to sit here. We're not going to turn our brains off. We're not just going to blindly support something just to make Eric happy.
People. Wonderful.
I mean,
remember, Ripperverse Goalpost, fan is short for fanatic. And being a fanatic is not a good thing.
Yes. We're not going to fucking do that, all right? I'm sorry. Listen, you are never going to get me to put aside intellectual honesty. I'm just not going to do it. It's something that irks me. I've seen way too many people doing it, and personally, it's fucking creepy. Okay, but no, we're not going to do that here. Fuck you. Right here it is. Right here it is. You will consume and stop asking questions. No. All right, so folks, that's going to do it. That's going to wrap it up. Any final words?
We love you, Ripperverse Goalpost. Don't listen to him.
He doesn't speak for all of us.
I'm personally a fan, and I appreciate you. You make my day a little bit better. Every time I log into Twitter, I go to your feed, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate you.
You're the reason of Eric July's downfall, and you just don't know it. Keep going.
I'm here for you.
You know what? I will say I do want to thank you, Ripperverse Goalposts. and Eric and all of his cronies, all of his followers. Because of you, you've brought people like us together, and it's a very beautiful thing, and we thank you for it.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, TJ, you got anything else you want to say?
I've said my piece. And I hope everybody enjoyed the show. And
Yep.
we're here to provide more shows for everybody.
Yeah,
So stay
we'll be
tuned.
we'll be going live again soon. Trust me. One thing I do want to do going into 2024. I kind of want to set up a consistent schedule, and have like a day or two picked out of the week to do this. So that's something that we'll definitely do. And of course, there'll be times when there's breaking news. Eric does something stupid or whatever, and we'll have to have an emergency stream or something. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, more streams coming up, more content coming up. I don't just criticize the Rippaverse. I will be criticizing the mainstream as well and some stuff. And I'll keep you guys updated on the Mystic of Malo as well.
Oh, and look for the last stream if you want to hear about what we said about the mainstream, and we've been talking about multiverses and how repetitive they are, and how to fix Spider-Man. Lots of good content you guys can check out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be clipping that stream, putting out videos, different segments and stuff. I've been doing that with some of the streams, so I'll be doing that with that one too. Damn, that was a long ass stream. That was like what, 11 hours?
Yeah.
Holy
nearly 11
shit.
hours. 10 hours and 53 minutes, something like that.
Holy shit. But yeah, and in future streams, we'll still be talking about Eric, of course, because it's the gift that keeps on giving. But yeah, we'll bring up some other topics and stuff. Like I do want to talk about some of the stuff going on. Like I know, like we were talking about with Father Hostage, Paramount buying DC. I heard today that actually Paramount is looking to sell, or maybe looking to sell. So that's kind of interesting. Warner Brothers may be buying Paramount. That's something I've been hearing through the grapevine. So, we'll see. Anyways, we'll be doing more streams in the future. You guys all take care. And, peace out.
In good faith.
In good faith. And remember, folks, she ain't kin. You can go all in. Peace out.